setups right here.
Oh, damn.
I'm going to mute it first before you get on, but Tablet will cue you when you're live.
Cool.
When there's a break from the diving and we're going to get swimming, we'll take a short break, be back, I'll play some stuff, play some music, and then when everybody gets started, you can let everybody get started. He'll let you know when you're live, and then you're live.
Awesome.
Huh? Oh, well, I had this. Yeah. That's the we set up this morning.
Hey,
We got everything playing with swim, so we should be good to go.
hey man, how's it going? Would it be cool if I put my computer here? Or are you gonna move around at all?
I'm gonna move around now. Yeah. I think I got another two.
Okay, that'd be perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Appreciate it. All right. It can't get much closer. No, yeah, this should be fun. Legend! What is going on, Legend?
the corner over there with mats. Huh? Yeah.
If you guys need to put your bags somewhere dry, let us know so I can put them in that box.
Yeah, you got
I would take them off.
You're gonna get wet.
I've never rotated.
You got time, but just after you're done, record over there.
American University.
We welcome you to Fraley Pool for a dual meet of American University swimming and diving as the Eagles get set to take on the Retrievers of UMBC. Special day here for all of us as we bring to you the first stream with commentary of American University swimming and diving. Ben Curtis here with you. So glad and honored to be bringing you all the action, taking you through the diving, the relays, the distance, and the sprint meets. So glad that you could be with us for this one here on this Friday night in our nation's capital. We will get started at the 3-meter diving board. We'll move on into the medley relays, the longer distance individual races, and we'll end with the sprints and a couple of relays. For American, it's their second meet of the season, coming off of a Potomac relays that was very successful for the Eagles. The women came in an outright first place out of 6 teams that competed, the men in a solid third out of the 6 that contested the Potomac relays. For UMBC, it's their first meet of a new season, opportunity to kind of wipe the slate clean and get right back into business for head coach Matt Donovan and head diving coach Jeff Fisher. So we will start at the diving board, 3-meter diving board, where the Retrievers have really excelled over the past couple of years. We'll be looking at Ember Stennett, the reigning 3-meter diving champion in the America East. She has been excellent to start things off, but we will start things off with another excellent diver for the Retrievers, Anders Logus, the reigning silver medalist in the America East Championships from last year. Very decorated bronze medal in the America East Championships at the 1-meter, was also a champion back in 2023 at the 1-meter. So we'll start off with the 3-meter dive for the men. And Logus will get us underway with this meet. He'll start off with a 105B at a 2.4 degree of difficulty. And that is how we get underway here at Fraley Pool. Appreciate you joining us here on this Friday afternoon. 6.5s from the judge and a 2.4 degree of difficulty. Alex Webb will get will get us underway next for American. First action for an Eagle so far this evening. He'll start off with the exact same dive. Trying to get as vertical as possible. You want as little splash as possible to be as vertical and have your hands punching that water right as you come in. And the score's nearly identical, 6.5 and 7, so Way with the slight advantage. Aiden Billington for UMBC will dive next. Lowest degree of difficulty dive for him of his first 3. Just a 1.8 on the multiplier for Billington here. The freshman out of Potomac, Maryland, getting very aerial, most outstanding diver at Winston Churchill High School for 3 straight years, was a Metro qualifier 4 years running as well. As UMBC goes right back to work at the diving board, Isabella Evers with a 2.4 degree of difficulty. This is her second highest multiplier of the 6 that she'll dive. Two and a half somersaults for Evers, trying to get that last half of a somersault all the way through. Judges will score her at a 5.5 and a 6. As we go through the first of the 6 rounds of diving. Again, the Eagles will go back to work at the diving board. Peyton Thurman, who was in the C final in the Patriot League Championships last year with her first dive of the evening. Score of 4 for Thurman for her first. get started with the 3-meter dive. We'll go into the women's and then men's 200-yard medley relay next, and then the 1,000-yard freestyle, 40 lengths of this pool. We'll get us underway in the swimming portion in just a little bit. Excellent dive for UMBC, who are looking to get out to some early points. 6.5 and 5.5 from the judges. As Maggie Fanning, the senior from Chicago, will go to the board next, representing the Eagles. Transfer from Case Western Reserve University after her first year, now year number 3 with the Eagles. Long preparation for Fanning to get herself ready to go in the Loyola Academy product. Gets herself a 5.5 from one judge and 5 from the other. So again, we roll through the first of the 6 rotations of divers here. As Alicia Bateau, the senior from Roswell, Georgia, will go next, Centennial High School product. Last year when the Retrievers beat American, Bateau was 3rd at the 3-meter and 2nd in the 1-meter, and she likes her first dive. Judges gave a 5.5 from each. Samantha Reed, the junior from Mount Airy, relatively local product, going to be next to the board. Reed started out as a swimmer and a synchronized swimmer, and then moved over to Montgomery Diving Club and her time at Glen Elk High School. Winding up on the board for the Retrievers in their first meet against a foe over the course of this season. They had an intra-squad meet earlier on, but first time they're facing a different opponent. Plenty of air under that one for the Retrievers. That was Grant Moore, the sophomore from New York. 6.5 from the judges. So we're back to where we started. Anders Logus will get the second round started. This will be one of the toughest dives of the evening. 3.0 degree of difficulty. 2.5 somersaults. Oh, the senior from Texas is looking for a big year. Didn't quite get that one vertical. But you know Logus is going to have a lot to say about how the Retrievers go with their diving season. Alex Way will go next for the Eagles. 2.8 degree of difficulty is his second highest degree of difficulty over the course of his 6 dives. He'll have a 3.0 a little bit later on. Perhaps sensing a bit of a window of opportunity after a rare Anders Logus mishap. 4.5 from both of the judges as Billington will step up to the board next. Billington has opted for a lower degree of difficulty on that multiplier, but if you get the higher scores, you can certainly make up plenty of ground that way. And a freshman in his very first dives in a competitive meet wearing Retrievers colors. Big opportunity if he can get himself going. Three-time regional qualifier in high school from the 3-meter. for the reverse 1.5 somersault, and 4 and 2.5 are the scores from the judges. More retrievers than eagles on the diving board. And there are even a couple of diving athletes for UMBC that are not competing, we're being told, in this individual meet. Still plenty more for UMBC to come. Tri-meet coming up next Saturday against Navy and William and Mary to get more and more reps with everything leading up to the American East Championships, February the 18th through the 21st. See what the scores are from the judges here. Looks like 4s from both. And Peyton Thurman will be next up to the board for the Eagles. 1 meter and 3 meter went to the C final last year. B finalist back in 2024 at the Patriot League Championships from the 1 meter. Really came to American and hit the ground running. 7th best score in program history at the 1 meter as just a freshman back in 2023. Eagles teammates really like that one from Thurman. Judges give 4.5 from both.
Number 7, 107C, difficulty 2.8.
Retrievers looking to pick up more points. That's a high degree of difficulty, and retrievers really like that one. UMBC's swimmers set up along the far side, wearing their black and gold. 5.5 from both of the judges. And so Fanning will be next up for the Eagles. Senior from Chicago with her second of the afternoon. Long walk up for Fanning. Good execution from Fanning. Judges give 5.5 from both. And the toe will go next up with a 2.4 degree of difficulty. Pateau, a really good story, had to recover from an injury her freshman year, rallied back to still earn UMBC a point at the American East Championships on the 1 meter board as a freshman, and has just continued to grow and grow over the course of her career. 1.8 degree of difficulty coming up next as the retrievers continue to look to stack up high scores on the 3 meter. Again, 200-yard medley relay coming up next for our first swimming event. Five from one judge, 4.5 from the other. Grant Moore, the sophomore, well, a 1.8 degree of difficulty dive coming up here. Former Mid-Hudson chapter diver of the year in New York State. Two different strategies to try to pick up points. You can go for that high degree of difficulty with the multiplier, or you get the low multiplier, but you can execute perhaps a little bit easier and pick up higher points. 6.5 and 7 are the dives, or the scores rather, for that last dive from Moore. Caleb Cave, sophomore from Columbia, Maryland, next up. having to think about it. 4.5 and a 4. As the Eagles will go back to work on the board. Alex Way will be next up for the Eagles. Third dive for Way, 2.0 degree difficulty. 1.5 somersaults for Way. They'll have a long walk up to this one. That was Logus, I should say, with the last dive. And now Way's third of the afternoon. With his lowest degree of difficulty multiplier of his 6, and 4 is the ruling from the judges. Billington with one of his higher degree of difficulties. This will be a 2.0.
Difficulty 2.
Backwards free dive here for Billington. He's able to execute that twist. 4.5 and 3.5 are these rulings from the judges. As up next for the retrievers will be Isabella Evers. 2.2 degree of difficulty for her. 1.5 somersaults coming up for Evers. This will be a back dive for her. Pressure always on a little bit more for the seniors, both trying to set a good example and doing the first of everything for the last time in your college career, your last first meet. Evers will want to get off to a good start. Here's Thurman again for the Eagles. Halfway mark of this 3-meter diving championship here in the opening meet of UMBC season. Number 2 of the American Eagle season after. In case you were not here with us for the start of the broadcast, an excellent Potomac relays for the Eagles. First outright for the women, 3rd out of 6 area teams on the men's side of things. That was very smooth for the retrievers. 6.5 and 6 are the scores from the judges. As Fanning will be up next. 2.4 degree of difficulty, 2.5 somersaults coming up here for Fanning. And this will be a pike as well. Forward dive here for Fanning in her 3rd. She'll again opt to take the long walk up to it. Was trying to stay on balance and just could not quite get herself vertical again. That's just a little bit off of the edge of the diving board that time on that final jump. As Bateau will go for her 3rd dive. 2.2 degree of difficulty for Bateau, another one of these senior leaders on this UMBC side that will have plenty of seniors both in the pool and on the diving board. One of 2 female divers going for UMBC. In total, there are 3 seniors on the diving board for the retrievers today. Veteran-laden group looking to make some noise in the America East this year. Samantha Reed Jr., another upperclassman, will go for a 2.4 degree difficulty. high school product stayed right down the road. 5s for each of the judges for Ree.
Grant Moore, 301E, difficulty 1.9.
1.9 degree difficulty for Grant Moore here coming up. Set his high school record at just about every dive you can. Got very vertical that time, trying to stay as straight as possible, entering the water. 5.5 and 6 are the decisions from the judges. As we'll get to dive number 4, we hit the halfway mark of the 3-meter dive. 2.1 degree difficulty for Logus, his lowest multiplier of his 6 dives. Much happier with that one than his previous dive. Logus seems coming out of the water, and the judges agree. 7.5 and 7 for Logus. Big scores for Anders Logus, the former podium winner at the America East. So after Logus's lowest degree of difficulty, here's one of Wei's highest, 2.7. 2.5 somersaults coming up here for Logus. With the tuck. Might have just over-rotated ever so slightly, but still a solid score, especially when you have that 2.7 multiplier degree of difficulty. 5.5s for both. As Billington will step up next. His lowest degree of difficulty for the freshman, 1.5. Trying to instill a little bit of confidence in the youngest diver on the board. Did he also just over-rotate that one? Officials will give 5 for both. So solid score for Billington off of the low degree of difficulty. And now Evers will go for UMBC. 2.4 degree of difficulty, her second highest. She's leaving her toughest dive for last in the 6th round. Always interesting to see how some divers try to start out with the toughest dive. Some will try to build up their confidence over the course of the round. 1.5 free somersault here for Evers. You want as minimal splash as possible, maybe just a bit too much in the reaction in the pool for Evers. Still 4.5 from one judge, 3.5 from the other. Thurman will go next for American. One of the 2 female divers for the Eagles, along with Fanning, who we'll see in just a couple of divers. 2.1 degree difficulty here for Thurman. I've just got a little bit too much distance away from the diving board. 2.5 and 3 from the judges. So here is Stennett, who we haven't talked about perhaps as much as we should. The reigning champion in the America East in this event, the 3-meter. 2-time America East diver of the week. Tried to get as vertical as possible. She had a 388.25 at the America East Championships. 3.5 for both. So you know that Stennett will have a lot more in the locker by the time both this meet and her season is done. Got an NCAA A cut in the 1-meter diving back in the Thomas Murphy Invitational last year. Absolute superstar, especially in this event, the 3-meter for UMBC. Here's Fanning now for the Eagles. Again, that deliberate wait to settle the breath a little bit. Make sure that she is ready to go, and then deliver a dive that earns a 5 from both of the judges. Bateau is up next with a 2.1 degree of difficulty. So the third option, besides getting the toughest dives out of the way in the early part or all the way at the end, is to start out a little bit difficult, drop back down to a little bit of a lower degree of difficulty, and then finish strong, which Bateau's planning to do here. With the 2.1 degree of difficulty, she'll earn a 5.5 and a 6. Strong dive from Bateau in round number 4 as Ree is up next. Excellent student as well as Samantha Ree, honor roll student in high school. Good dive from Ree, who in last year's America East Conference Championships finished in 20th in the prelims. Only 8, of course, make the final. There were 30 who dove in the America East Conference Championships at the 3-meter a season ago. Of course, Stennett won it. That was an event largely dominated by New Hampshire. They went 2, 3, and 4, but Stennett knocked Grace Bloom off the top of the podium. We're on to round number 5 as Logus will go next. 2.7 degree of difficulty for Logus. 4th place just off the board podium 2 years ago. Got silver in this event last year at the conference championships. And that is a big reason why. Not the best second or third dive, but he has really responded well in rounds 4 and 5. 8s apiece, that's the highest of the day so far for Logus. Toughest dive here for Wei as well. 3.0 degree of difficulty. Won silver back in high school in the Virginia State Championships. There's the big degree of difficulty. Plenty of somersaults in that. Referees having, or judges rather, having to think about it. 4 and 4.5 for Wei. Here's Billington. 2.4 degree of difficulty, Billington's toughest. As Evers is up next. 2.5 degree of difficulty for Evers. Getting down to the end of it here. Round number 5. Back dive here for Evers. She'll have 1.5 somersaults to pull off. Again, we're just getting going here at Fraley Pool. This dual meet between American and UMBC. They'll be in the pool next for the swimming. Good. Well worked dive that time, 6 apiece as Thurman is up next. They won't be done diving. They will go back to the board towards the end of this competition. We'll have the 1 meter on the tail end of the swimming. Thurman trying to get American some more points here on the board. 6 from one judge, 6 from the other. It's a solid dive for Thurman. Here is Stennett. 2.7 degree of difficulty for the champ, who the rest of the America East is going to be looking to knock off the rest of the way. I know that everyone, especially at New Hampshire and Bryant's, going to be looking at Stennett's early dives throughout the year before it all culminates again in February. Threes from the judges from Stennett. Actually, one gave 3.5, the other gave 3, as Stennett continues to get herself ready for the season. Again, it's a quick turnaround for these UMBC retrievers. Tri-meet against Navy and William and Mary coming up next Saturday. So plenty of reps for Stennett and the rest of these retrievers, especially on the board. Fanning next up for the Eagles. That's smooth from Fanning. 6.5 from both of the judges. In fact, there were 3 meets scheduled for UMBC in just the month of October. There's this, that tri-meet next weekend at UMBC Aquatic Complex, and then at the Loyola Invite on the 24th, 25th, and 26th. It's just across town in Baltimore. That's before even getting into 3 more in November, 2 more in December. It is a really loaded schedule for the retrievers preparing for the conference championships. 5.5 from both judges. That was Bateau, who finished 8th in the A final last year in the 3-meter. Was the last to qualify and was the bottom of the rankings, but still a really impressive performance from Bateau just to get herself into the final of the conference championships last year. Only 8 of the 30 divers do so. Here is Ree for her 5th. Somersaults for Ree. That was fairly smooth entering the pool. Judges agree with a 5 and a 5.5. 2.4 degree difficulty here for Grant Moore. Also swam for UMBC in the conference championships last year. Found himself on the podium for the 50-yard freestyle. Not often you see someone be able to do both the swimming and the diving at the level that Moore has. One of the more versatile athletes on this retriever squad. Able to go 7th in the diving finals and 3rd in the 50-yard free. Really impressive for Moore as we go to round number 6, the final round of the diving before we move on to the swimming. And Logus will get us underway. Logus had an up and down round. He'll end on a high note, 6 and a 6.5 for Logus. We will not see Moore, by the way, in the splash and dash 50-yard freestyle here tonight. Braden Weiss is going to be one of the athletes to watch for UMBC in that one. We'll talk more about him in just a little bit. Final score for Moore, 6 and 6.5 for him. So here's Way now for the Eagles, his final dive. 2.8 degree difficulty for Way. 3.5 somersaults here coming up for him with the tuck. Way trying to end on a high note from the high board. Had a lot of rotating to do in the air. Need to make sure he got plenty of air underneath it. 3.5 from both of the judges. Here is Billington, 2.1 degree of difficulty for him to wrap things up. Trying to get a little bit of momentum for Billington heading into that tri-meet next weekend. Back dive for Billington, a little bit off to the side, but still solid as the judges will give a 5 and a 5.5. And Evers will climb up to the board next. By far her toughest dive of the day, 2.7 degree of difficulty for Evers. 18th place in the prelims of last year's conference championships. Going to build up to get herself to the final this year. Strong performance on her final dive of the first meet of this season could really help get to that goal. was well done by Evers. Rest of the UMBC divers loved it. 5.5 and 5 say the judges. As Thurman will step up for her final dive. 2.4 degree of difficulty on the multiplier for Thurman. Eagles going to need a big year out of her this year. Was there perhaps a little bit too much splash? Judges quite liked it. 5 and 6 from the judges. As here is Stennett. 2.9 degree difficulty for Stennett. Twist and 2.5 somersaults, and she executed it very well. Those are the kind of dives that win you championships come February, and the judges agree. 6.5 and 7 to wrap up Stennett's afternoon from the 3 meter at the very least. Spanning will get her final dive from the 3 meter. Fanning's back dive to wrap up her 3 meter performance today in the first dual meet of the season. Trying to get as much rotation as possible to once again punch that water as she was getting into it. 3.5 and 3. As Bateau will get her final dive from the 3 meter. Get the sense Bateau could be in for a huge year. You get a taste of the finals last year, what that level needs to be competing with the final divers come February. And now a chance for Bateau to really add on to it this year and learn and grow from 2025. Strong wrap up for Bateau's afternoon from the 3 meter. 5 from one judge, 4.5 from the other. As Ree will wrap things up. 1.8 degree of difficulty for Ree. Was slightly better from the 3 meter than from the 1 meter in last year's conference championships. Ree would really love to build onto her success she had from 3 meters. The 1 meter will continue to come along. 5 from both of the judges for Ree. 2.8 degree of difficulty here for Grant Moore. One of the final divers from 3 meter of the day. Moore trying to go out on a high note from up on 3 meters. Judges with a little nod as Moore enters the pool. 5.5 and 6 from the judges. And that will be the final dive of the 3 meter performance. Some of the standouts: Stennett and Logus for UMBC, and Way for American, as we wrap things up from 3 meters to open up this dual meet between the Eagles and the UMBC Retrievers. We will take a short break. We'll get the lane lines all set, and when we come back, the 200-yard medley relay will get us started with the swimming portion of this match between the Retrievers and the Eagles. Don't go anywhere. Here live from Washington, D.C.
American University basketball travels with DC Trails, the official charter bus company of the Eagles. DC Trails offers an assortment of tour, travel, and sightseeing opportunities in the Mid-Atlantic region. Local or long distance, let DC Trails customize your group's transportation. Enjoy their state-of-the-art vehicles and great customer service. For all of your group transportation needs, contact DC Trails. Visit them online now at dctrails.com or call 202-339-0333.
Style in sports, it's a 1-2 punch.
Originality, that's style.
Today we're going to be helping style some high schoolers.
We're about to get some style in there with some student athletes. We're gonna take these kids to the next level.
This is fire.
You know what I mean? Something different.
So the swag.
Get it.
Under Armour, we here, man.
Style is all about a representation of yourself.
If you look good, you feel good, you play good, it goes all in one.
Where we go from here starts now. The challenge? What change do we want to make?
Who do we want to become?
We're here, shaping our future. We ignite ideas, empower breakthroughs, and propel passion into action. United in purpose, inspired to lead.
That is your charge. That is your calling.
And soar like an eagle.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
It is time to go racing as we get set for the swimming portion of this dual meet between the Eagles and the UMBC Retrievers. Ben Curtis again here with you, live from our nation's capital. First ever time we're doing commentary here for a stream of a American University swim dive event. So glad that you could be with us for this one as we get set for the 200-yard medley relay here from Fraley Pool. We'll run you through the lanes for you. In lane number 1, it'll be UMBC's team. Alyssa Gonzi, Daphne Mellis, Reagan Sherrill, and Haley Wagand will get started in lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be the Eagles, Brooke Voss, Grace Netz, Sierra Fujiwara, and Dylan Moulton. Lane number 3 is where we start to get the biggest swimmers for both teams. Ellie Tarragano for UMBC, Leah Kaiser, Bruna DePaua, who is part of the UMBC team in this event in the conference championships last year, and Claire Ottinger will anchor with the freestyle portion, the 200-yard free relay silver champion at the America East Championships last year. For the Eagles, their A-team will be in lane number 4. Piper Crosby will start things off as we'll step aside first for the national anthem and then get back to the lanes. The pomp and circumstance all set as we get set to continue through the lanes for you. In lane number 4, the A-team for American, the same 4 who finished second in the Potomac relays earlier on in the month of September. Piper Crosby will go first, Marin Pretty second, Isabel McGovern third, and Grace Gilbert will be the anchor leg. For UMBC, in lane number 5, Alice Marini, Brianna Smith, Nicole Devanzo, and Ashley Gutzall will go for the Retrievers. In lane number 6 will be the Eagles team that finished 8th in the Potomac relays earlier on this season. Anna Sen will lead things off. The freshman Jordan Carpentieri will go second. Gabby Kozrowski will go third. Lucy Penna fourth. UMBC will go in lane number 7. Evie Grimm, Ula Peril, Grace Little, and Carly Atwood. And in lane number 8, it's the Eagles, Maya Alston, Marley Reese, Veronica Lester, and Sarah Gisselbach. In their respective conferences, UMBC finished 5th in this event in their conference championship. The Eagles were only a 10th of a second off of the podium as Army just out-touched Leon Jong Engel and the Eagles. Piper Crosby was swimming in the pool in that one. She got off to a great start, a 25-4-2 split in that opening leg, and it is Crosby who was blistering fast out of the gate in the Potomac relays. She swam a 27.09. She's way past that. This one, 26.47 as Crosby goes very quick to start things off, and it's all Eagles in lane number 4. Marin Pretty in that second leg against the rest of the DMV rivals in the Potomac relay swim at 29.17. Pretty was in the pool as well for the Eagles when they finished 4th in the conference a season ago. She swam a 28.69, and the Eagles are going to have a big lead in lane number 4 heading into the third. 55.19 is the split. That's only about a second off of their conference championship performance all the way back in February of 2025. In the pool for the Eagles, Isabel McGovern, the new butterfly specialist for the Eagles, onto this A-team after Mimi Watts not a part of the A-team anymore for the Eagles. And the lead is only going to continue to grow. Battle for second right now is in lane number 5. UMBC's Nicole Davanzo will touch up second, but the lead is 3.5 seconds for the Eagles, and that A-team for AU going to go all the way as Grace Gilbert will get a first look at her in the pool this afternoon. Gilbert, at just 19 years old, set to have a really big season for the Eagles, and Gilbert is going to come in first. The only question is what the margin is. 1:44.97 in first. UMBC going to go 2-3, but the Eagles win it by nearly 4 seconds, calling it about 3.5 seconds. The team of Marini, Smith, Davanzo, and Gutsall will go second. The Retrievers will go third with Ottinger for the Retrievers as the anchor as we get the final rankings. Eagles pick up 4th place as well as you get a look at the final rankings on the board right there. But lane number 1 is really the story of the day. Grace Gilbert with a tremendous swim to close things out. And now we'll get over towards the men's side of things. But what an opening swim for the Eagles to really set the tone. Keep an eye on lane number 4, Ryan Persley, Van Paul, Sam Combe, and Gavin Shiflett for the Eagles. In lane 5, right on top of them, Quinn Marchioni, Braden Weiss, Stefano Perez, and Sean Niels. UMBC won this event last season, a 1:26.07. Ryan Harding was the man in the pool who really got them out to a strong start. Not with the team anymore for this one. Coleman was the second leg for UMBC. Oliver Gassman was third, and Sean Niels was fourth. It is Niels who is back, but it is largely a new look relay, as in first place early on. UMBC, Quinn Marchioni goes 22.76 for a lead of just over a second for the Retrievers in lane number 5 as Braden Weiss is in the pool. Weiss with a really good breaststroke leg at the moment, looking to put a little bit more separation. The freshman from Reading, Pennsylvania, out of Governor Mifflin High School, giving a little bit bigger of a lead. The Berks County Swimmer of the Year has the Retrievers ahead by nearly 3 full seconds. Second place is UMBC as well. They're looking to go 1-2, as in lane number 3, it's the Retrievers who are just out touching the Eagles. As we head halfway through this 200-yard medley relay, it continues to be in lane number 5, all about UMBC. Stefano Perez, another freshman, going to go in with the butterfly leg. The Milan, Italy native has the Retrievers out to the lead of nearly 4 full seconds. And again, the Retrievers trying to go 1-2, as in lane number 4, the Eagles trying to close the gap. But it is the Retrievers who look like they are going to go 1-2, as coming into the wall first, Sean Neal, a swimmer, really strong final anchor leg in the conference championships last year. And right behind him in lane number 3 is Tyler Kay, and the Retrievers go 1-2. In lane number 4, Americans Gavin Shiflett will touch in third, but a really strong swim on the men's side of things for the 200-yard medley relay as the Retrievers go 1-2 and pick up some really valuable points for the team. After a strong start for the women's side of things in the 200-yard medley relay, was all about UMBC on the men's side of things. A 1:31.54 mark for the UMBC Retrievers. They went 1:26.07 for a CSC AA cut in the conference championships last year. Now we head into the longest event of the contest, a 1,000-yard freestyle for the women first and then for the men. Keep an eye on Colby Reese for the Retrievers and Kate Williams for the Eagles. They'll be two of the players to watch. And they are in the pool. It is 40 lengths there and back. Or 20 total laps, 40 individual lengths, you could say, for each of these swimmers. It is a really important first 100 yards. You have to make sure that you are keeping your pace exactly where you want it. Colby Reese in lane number 5, behind the pack a little bit. Early on start for Dimitra Bikos for the Eagles in lane number 6. Again, how you start is not necessarily how you finish in this particular event. By far the longest event of the competition. Came in 9th in the 800 freestyle split timed finals in the Patriot League Championships last year. Swam in the 1650 as well, ended up in 13th place. Somebody who has had experience at the distance level, so Bicos will know what her pace needs to be. It's all three Eagles touching up first in lane 6, 4, and 2 respectively. That's Bicos, and then Kate Williams in lane number 4. Abby Rothrock will go in lane number 2 for the Eagles. Kate Williams, one of the more experienced players on this AU roster. Looking for a big swim, the junior from Vernon Hills, Illinois. Has swam some middle distance. She swam some very far distances as well in the 1650 in the Patriot League Championships back in 2025 spring. She came in 11th place. 9th in the split timed finals as well in the 800 freestyle in that event, so just a little bit outside of the top 8. Back in the senior summer championships in Illinois, back in her high school days as well, came in 5th in the 800 freestyle. So in this unusual event of the 1,000, have to make sure that you pace out just a little bit more than you would in the 800, and Bicos with a really big lead here early on of just over 2 seconds, and it continues to be three Eagles who are in the top 3 at the moment. The furthest forward UMBC retriever at the moment is in lane number 5. It's Colby Reese, Iowa native for the Retrievers, who swam more middle distance than she did far distance. Did come in 4th just outside of the podium in the 800 free split finals back in that America East Championships. But back in her high school days in Iowa was more of a middle distance swimmer. 2nd place silver medal in the Iowa LC Championship in the 400 free. And it continues to be Bicos who has the lead right now. Last to the wall at the moment is Julia Snow for UMBC, but a lot of room for Snow to make up the difference. Snow, a junior out of Bethany, Connecticut, transfer out of Binghamton, one of a handful of transfers on this women's side of things for UMBC. Alice Marini, who we already saw in the relay, transferring in from Texas A&M, one of the huge swimming schools now in the SEC. As it continues to be Bicos, her lead is sitting at just over 4 seconds. Williams right behind her with that 4-second differential, and then Rothrock is only a second behind Williams. And it's about a 4-second lead for the three Eagles at the top. This will be length number 14 of the 40. We're nearing the halfway mark, and Bicos continues to pad her lead. Keep an eye on Ella Shiflett for American in lane number 8, trying to get herself into that top echelon. The lead continues to be about 4 seconds at the moment, and there's about a 2-second, maybe 1.5 second differential between Williams and Rothrock for 2nd and 3rd at the moment. But how will Colby Reese and when will Colby Reese start to make her move is one of the big questions at the moment in this stage. You know, the sophomore is going to have a big burst in her late. She swam and won the 1,000 free against VMI and St. Peter's with a time of 10:57.67. In that tri-meet against the Keydets and the Peacocks back on November 9th of last year, she finished nearly 11 seconds better than the next opponent. So somebody who has experience in this kind of unique event of the 1,000 that is not contested at just about every level. This will be length number 18. Next there and back will be halfway. And again, Bicos has nobody in the vicinity of her. 4:42.54 split for Bicos, and the lead has ballooned to nearly 5 seconds. It continues to be Williams and Rothrock in 2 and 3, and in 4th place, Colby Reese. As we mentioned, Reese has that experience of having swam this event before. Lane number 3, Megan Gangaway, trying to, again, just get into that top pack. You don't have to be first at the moment, but as we near the midway mark, you have to start to make your move in towards the leaders if you're going to have a chance. Gangaway, a junior herself, will have experience in these kinds of events. Set an 800 free relay pool record back on December 7th of 2024, but did swim in the Connecticut Senior Championships in the 1,000 freestyle, dropped over 12 seconds from that time at the YMCA National SC Championship, so has really good experience in this event, picking up a lot of ground in a hurry. She placed 4th in that Connecticut event, just off of the podium, so keep an eye on Gangaway in lane number 3. You see Julia Snow in lane number 7, just on the hip of Bikos. Bikos has lapped Snow. That is not Snow in second place. It is Williams who is in second. Snow is 1 lap behind Dimitra Bikos at the moment. It continues to be Bikos who has the big lead. In second place, though, the battle is really on out in lane number 2. Abby Rothrock trying to force the issue, but Williams starting to make her move. She's gaining a little bit of ground. The difference right now is sitting at just over 6 seconds between Bikos and Kate Williams. The Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, Bikos really trying to put up a big number here. There was no 1,000-yard relay in the Potomac relays. There was an 800 freestyle relay. But that's an entirely different event that you're looking at in terms of the endurance that it takes to have this event. The lead right now for Bikos over Williams, sitting more like 6.5 seconds than 6 flat. Bikos, if anything, is starting to grow her lead a little bit. 27 of the 40 lengths are complete. And Bikos is starting to lap a couple of more of the swimmers. Reese starting to make her move a little bit in lane number 5. Have to know where she is, especially if you're down in lane number 2 with Abby Rothrock, as Reese looks to get the edge on Rothrock at the moment. I think Reese might touch up in 3rd place here. If she will, it'll be the first time the American isn't going 1, 2, 3 into the wall, and Reese has caught Rothrock by less than 0.2 of a second. That is the battle for 3rd at the moment. 3/4 of the way there, just about, for Bikos. But the battle is really on for 3rd as Abby Rothrock starts to fade and Colby Reese starts to make her move. Bikos is in at 7:54.75 on that latest split. In second place is still Williams, just over 8 minutes. In 3rd place is very, very close. 5/100ths of a second as Rothrock catches Reese right back. But that is going to be the battle to watch right now. And can anybody catch Dimitra Bikos? At the moment, the answer looks like no. Gangaway in lane number 3 is also lapped. She is not going to be in second place, even though that might be how it appears on your screen at the moment. Just another cool, calm, measured lap for Bikos. In second place continues to be Kate Williams. She is timing out her laps very well, and the battle for 3rd is yet again extremely close. At the moment, it is Reese who has the edge on Rothrock, and Reese looks to continue to get stronger. Rothrock starting to fade a little bit at the moment. The 18-year-old, the youngest swimmer in the pool, Abby Rothrock, trying to maintain the pace that she set earlier on. Kate Williams will touch in second. The lead at the moment is nearly 7 full seconds for Bikos. It has only grown after she got out to a very quick start. 35 of the lengths are gone for Bikos. She'll be coming into her 900-yard mark here with absolutely nobody around her, at least in terms of competing for that first place. She does have 2 swimmers right off of her hip who she has lapped, but she could use those swimmers to kind of pace out the final 100 yards. In second place is Williams, but the lead now is over 7 full seconds. Battle for 3rd. Reese really has the edge now. She has started to close very strong. She's got a lead of nearly 2 full seconds now on Rothrock. It has been a very strong last 200 yards for Colby Reese, and now she can start to turn her attention to Kate Williams for second place, but the bell rings for Dimitra Bikos. Final trip there and back for Bikos, and it's going to be more of a coronation than anything else. 10:02.79 as we head to the final 50 for Bikos. In second place is Williams, who has over 7 seconds between her and Dimitra Bikos, who is going to head into the final 25, and it is all about the American Eagle, Dimitra Bikos, the sophomore out of Michigan, going to win this heat in the women's 1,000-yard freestyle. She's going to put up a time of 10:34.70 as she touches up first. Americans going to go 1-2 here in the women's 1,000-yard freestyle as Williams with a time of 10:40.78. Just about a 6-second lead for Bikos in the victory. Battle for third as Rothrock came back to out-touch Colby Reese. Rothrock came back to have a lead over Reese right at the very end as it finishes 1, 2, and 3 for the Eagles. The highest placed UMBC retriever, Colby Reese, in fourth with a 10:51.90 as the rest of the swimmers in the pool will finish up trying to get some valuable points. Fifth place will be another American Eagle. Ella Shiflett out in lane number 8 will pick up fifth and get some more points for AU, who goes 1, 2, 3, 5. Lane number 6, Megan Gangaway, or lane number 3 rather, Gangaway will pick up 6th, 7th place for the lane number 7 swimmer, Julia Snow. As Snow will finish up her final swim here, trying to close strong as the timer ticks to 11:41. But it's all about Demetra Bikos' swim. What a swim it was for her out in lane number 6. She took the lead early on and never let go as Snow touches up at 11:47.80. So that is the women's 1,000-yard freestyle as the Eagles dominate 1, 2, 3, and 5, all going the way of AU, as we'll turn our attention over to the men's side of things for this 1,000-yard freestyle. In lane number 4, Luke Martins for American, one of the players to watch. Felipe Tavera Lira for UMBC, one of the stars in lane number 5. They'll be right next to each other. Felipe Tavera Lira, a freshman from Sao Paulo, Brazil, trying to make a mark in his very first competitive meet for UMBC. Won 2 gold medals and 3 silver medals at Brazilian Nationals. Comes from a huge sporting family. His father played basketball, track and field, swimming, and handball in college in Brazil. He is right on the hip right now of Luke Martins in lane number 4. It is the Eagle who has the early lead. Martins trying to equal what the women's side of things was able to do and pick up another victory in the distance event for the American Eagles. Martins, one of the more experienced swimmers in the pool at 20 years of age. Sophomore in Naperville, Illinois. Last year, 23rd in the 2025 Patriot League Championship at the 1650. This is a little bit of a different event than that. That's a full mile. This just a little bit above the 800 that some of these swimmers will be a little bit more comfortable with. In the 1500 of the Illinois Senior Championships, Martins finished in 11th. So again, somebody who has plenty of experience at this kind of distance. State qualifier in the 200 fly and the 100 free as well back in his high school days, but has really made the move to the distance as he got into college, and it continues to be Martins with Tavera Lira right on his hip in lane number 5. And lane number 6 right now is the 3rd place swimmer. It's the youngest swimmer in the pool and one of the youngest you'll see in the pool all day. Ryan Summerstad is just 17 years old for the Eagles, trying to make a mark as just a freshman. Port Jefferson, New York native, who is going to be one of the big distance swimmers over the next couple of years for the Eagles. Former all-league selection in both swimming and basketball. He was 2nd in Long Island in 3-pointers made, but trying to get it done with long range in a different sport here at Fraley Pool. He's in a battle for 3rd at the moment, but it's Martins with Tavera Lira right off his shoulder at the moment. We are a quarter of the way through, and it continues to be Martins who has the lead over Tavera Lira. It's a lead of about 1.7 seconds, and Martins will try to stretch it out. In 3rd place right now, it looks like Summerstad has the lead, especially for these very young swimmers. It's going to be important to make sure that you don't let up on the pace that you had set. You can't go out too quickly. You also can't let the leaders get too far away from you, or you won't have enough room to be able to go and reel them in. It's an interesting setup in the pool as you look towards the more bottom of your screen. Lanes 1, 2, and 3, all 21 years old, more experienced juniors and seniors Lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7, nobody more experienced than a junior. So even though it is these players towards the bottom of your screen in the lower numbered of the lanes who are behind at the moment, do these veterans have more left in the tank than Martins and Tavera Lira, who continue to go out the fastest amongst them? The lead has grown, though, for Martins to nearly 3 full seconds. We're just about at 15 of the 40 lengths here of the 1,000-yard freestyle. Next, we'll have the 200-yard freestyle, 100 backstroke, 100 breaststroke. That is the 3 that are next up, due up on the docket. And Martins continues to have the lead at the moment. Lanes number 1 and 2 bringing up the rear at the moment. Brendan Hanlon for UMBC, Colin Ju of American, but still plenty of time left for these swimmers to change their fate. Good battle for third right now in lanes 6 and 7. Ryan Summerstad, Christian Castro, American and UMBC battling forward at the moment. Summerstad has the lead of just over a second as Martins has turned around on Tavera Lira. Summerstad also from a very good athletic family. We're talking about Tavera Lira's athletic family. Ray Summerstad played basketball at Cornell. Kristen, mom, played volleyball at Stony Brook. Martins continuing to get a little bit more separation. The lead is now up to 2.5 seconds. In third place is Summerstad. Can the freshman hold on, though? Already Christian Castro starting to put the pressure on a little bit more. We haven't mentioned Castro's name too many times so far in this 1,000. The Burbank, California native did swim in the 500-yard freestyle in the America. He's put up a 4:35.53. Did not get ranked in either that or the 1650, but looking for a big year here this year. And that battle for third really is the thing to watch at the moment. Summerstad versus Castro. Castro now into his sophomore season. Got a little bit of experience, as we mentioned, in the America East. A season ago, he was Rookie of the Week back in February, early February, right before the conference championships. He did swim the 1650 in the regular season as well after coming to the Retrievers from Rose Bowl Aquatics team. He's really trying to push the pace on Summerstad. He was right in his shoes just a year ago, and it has been Castro who has out-touched Summerstad in each of the last couple of lengths. It's a difference of about 0.3 of a second at the moment, but at the lead it is Martins for American, who continues to grow his advantage on Tavera Lira. Martins going to touch up first. That was 24 of the 40 lengths. The lead over Tavera Lira as we get the time coming in here is nearly 3.5 seconds at the moment. Battle for third continues. It is still Castro who has the slight edge on Summerstad. That's a difference of just about 0.5 of a second for third. AU right now with the swimmer who is in front in Martins, but Tavera Lira and Castro trying to at the very least go 2-3 after on the women's side of things. In case you're just joining us in the women's 1,000-yard freestyle, AU went 1-2-3-5 with their 4 swimmers in the pool. Absolutely dominated in the women's side of the 1,000-yard freestyle. Looks a little bit more even here on the men's side, but it continues to be the Eagles out in front. Update on the battle for third. It's gotten a little bit of a bigger lead at the moment for Castro out in lane number 7. He's grown his advantage to nearly a full second on Ryan Summerstad as the freshman starts to fade a little bit, but not fading at all is Luke Martins. 28 of the 40 lengths gone by, 6:49.10. You see him touching up just at the same time as Brendan Hanlon in lane number 1 at the bottom of your screen. Hanlon is a full lap back, so that is not the battle for first. It is still Martins who is having the big advantage. Tavera Lira, the freshman from Brazil, trying to dig deep and push the pace a little bit. This is going to hit the 3/4 of the way mark, 30 of the 40 lengths, and Martins, if anything, is growing his lead on Tavera Lira. Now can the two who've been battling for third in Summerstad and Castro reel in Tavera Lira and get themselves some more points as Castro really starting to open up a bigger gap on Summerstad. The freshman might have gone out just a little bit too quickly. The adrenaline of his first 1,000-yard freestyle in this freshman season. After this event was not contested in the Potomac relays, but at the front of the pack, the lead for Martins is nearly half of the length of the pool. Martins going to touch up at 7:48.99. That was 32 of the 40 lengths. Tavera Lira still going to touch in second. The gap, though, is nearly 7 full seconds. It looks like Tavera Lira at the moment might have enough to hold off his teammate Christian Castro, who continues to grow his lead on Ryan Summerstad for third place. At the moment, it's Castro in third, Summerstad in fourth. In lane number 3, Nick Zaharescu of UMBC is sitting in fifth place. Haven't talked about Zaharescu yet either. As again, it continues to be Martins who is heading towards lane number 33, or length number 33 rather. Zaharescu, another one of the experienced veterans for UMBC, 8th in the mile in the America East Championships last season. And the lead for Martins is sitting at his time of 8:48.68. We'll update the time for you when Tavera Lira touches up, which he just did, and it's over 7 seconds at the moment. Can Zaharescu have anything in the tank in lane number 3 to catch the rest of the pack and get himself into the top 3? Lead is grown to over 3 seconds as Martins will hear the bell ring. That's the lead for third. That's grown to over 3 seconds for Castro. The lead's a lot bigger than that for Luke Martins. One more time there and back to win the men's 1,000-yard freestyle. And he's got 7 seconds over Lira to work with. It is just a coronation now for Martins, heading all the way back towards the blocks as they see all red going the last final length of the way down the pool. The only battle really is going to be, does Summerstad have anything left to catch Castro? But in first place, Luke Martins is going to win the men's 1,000-yard freestyle for the American Eagles. Touching up in second place was Felipe Tavera Lira. Really strong swim for the freshman to get second at 9:54.04. The lead ended up being 6.5 seconds for the American Eagle. In lane number 7, Christian Castro going to touch up in third. It is Zaharescu who comes all the way back to win fourth. Summerstad fades to fifth. And the battle is on now for 6th and 7th in lanes number 1 and 2. Brendan Hanlon looks like he's going to take this for the Retrievers to touch up in place number 6 as we're past 10 minutes. He touches in just shy of 10.5, 10:29.86. And Jew will round things out for the Eagles to touch up last for AU, but an Eagle swimmer finishes last. An Eagle swimmer also finishes first for the Eagles as Luke Martins wins the men's 1,000-yard freestyle, and the Eagles dominate the distance here in this dual meet. They go 1-2-3-5 on the women's side of things, and then a winner as well on the men's side as Luke Martins wins it for the Eagles here in the men's 1,000-yard freestyle. We move now to the women's 200-yard freestyle. Claire Oettinger, who's already swam in a relay, will be one of the swimmers to watch. She's in lane number 3. Isabel McGovern in lane number 4 for AU. McGovern trying to get off to another good start after she swam in the relays earlier on today as well. 200-yard individual freestyle. It was only a relay that occurred in the Potomac relay, so first time for the 200-yard individual freestyle, as it is very close at the 50-meter mark. It is McGovern who has just the slight edge at the moment. Second place in lane number 6 is Fiona McMahon, as the Eagles again trying to go 1 and 2. Back in the conference championships last year in the America East. UMBC finished 4th with Bruna DePadua, who is in lane number 5 right now. DePadua just off of the podium by less than a second. You know, she is going to close very strong, but it is still McGovern who has the lead. Oettinger has crept up to second at the moment for UMBC as we're halfway through. McGovern touches up at 55.33. That's the split midway through. When you look at DePadua finishing 4th last year, her 100 split was 53.68. Come conference championship time, of course, these swimmers are going to get a lot faster as the season goes along. But if anything, McGovern currently extending her lead right now, and Isabel McGovern going to have the lead by nearly a full half a second as we head into the final 50. And McGovern trying to close things out for the Eagles. the senior out of Lexington, Massachusetts, trying to close out strong in her senior campaign. Last year, part of a record-setting 800-yard freestyle relay at the Patriot League Championships. She is going to do it herself individually in this 200-yard freestyle as American wins another heat. They touch up first with McGovern. Battle for second is won by Oettinger. Third, Fiona McMahon, as AU goes 1-3 with McGovern and McMahon, and Claire Oettinger finishing in second place at a 1:56.30, but it's a 1:53.87 for McGovern as she wins the women's 200-yard freestyle by about 2.5 full seconds. Fourth place to Padua, who you know is going to have plenty to say by the time the season rolls around to February. Player who was just off the podium last year. 200-yard men's freestyle now. Matthew Pistorino, one of the swimmers to watch for American in lane number 4 as they head to the blocks. Pistorino, just a freshman, but a huge recruit out of Menlo Park, California. Second team All-League as just a junior, champion as a senior, state finalist in the 400 freestyle relay. What does he have in his locker to start things out in his very first dual meet for the Eagles? They are very close as they head towards 50. Lane number 5, Andrew McAaron for UMBC, trying to get to the lead. It's Matthew Soto, the youngest swimmer in the pool for UMBC at just 18 years of age, who has the lead through 50. So the freshman trying to get a good start in his very first swim for UMBC. Matthew So out of Hillsboro, Oregon, coming all the way across east, the former Scholastic All-American and first-team All-Star in his high school days. He has gone out lightning quick with a 49.33. Second is Pistorino, as a couple of freshmen battling for it through the first 100 of the 200 yards. It's McAaron who is in lane number 5 in third place at the moment. It's UMBC American, UMBC in the top 3 at the halfway mark. Continuing to go to really push the envelope pace-wise is So. He's going to touch up at 150 yards at 1:14.78, very quick at the moment for Matthew So. In second place, McAaron, as the Eagles need to get back into it here as retrievers going 1-2 at the moment. In lane number 1, Garrett Jones for UMBC, trying to get himself into that upper tier, but it is So, the freshman for UMBC, and McAaron right behind him for the retrievers. They could go 1-2 here. They will go 1-2 here. It's all retrievers in the men's 200-yard free as So goes 1:40.67, McAaron 1:43.19. In lane number 6, Lucas Standridge comes all the way back to get himself in third place. He's the top-ranked Eagle, but it is all UMBC here, as the 1:40.67 time of So will win the men's 200 free. So we'll head to the 100-yard backstroke next, and we will start out on the women's side of things. Alice Marini, whose name we've already said so far today for UMBC, will be one of the players to watch. In the 100 back in the America East Championship last year, UMBC's Ashley Gutzall was the highest retriever. Gutzall is not going to be in this at the moment. They're going to take a moment to make sure that all the scoring is settled correctly. So that gives us a beat just to kind of reset things for you. In the 100-yard back on the women's side of things for the Patriot League, top-ranked American Eagle was Piper Crosby. She finished 5th. She'll be in lane number 4 for the Eagles. Crosby, one of the more versatile swimmers. You'll see her with the freestyle as well as the backstroke. She finished 3rd in the prelims, faded to 5th in the finals of the Patriot League Championship, but she is out to a very, very quick start. The former champion in the 100-yard backstroke in her high school days in Minneapolis, and she is out very, very quickly towards the first 50 in lane number 6, trying to push the pace as her teammate Anna Sen, the 18-year-old, one of 3 of them in the pool at the moment. Crosby's going to touch up first at the 50 at 27 58.55. She's got the lead on Marini, the oldest swimmer in the pool at 23 years of age, by just over a second, as Crosby trying to win another heat for the Eagles. They have had the lead here early on when you tabulate up all the scores, but Marini really staying underwater a half a beat longer, and she is in a battle right now, not only with Sen right behind her, but with Crosby just ahead of her. Crosby trying to hold off Marini. She's going to do so, and Piper Crosby's going to win it for the Eagles. 57.35 for Crosby. Her time in the championships last year, 55.35, so 2 seconds off her conference championship pace in early October. Not a bad rate at the moment at all for Crosby. Marini second, Sen third, as the freshman for the Eagles gets herself into a solid position. So we will switch things over to the men's side of things. In the pool for the Eagles would be Ryan Persley. In lane number 4, he's going to be one of the key backstrokers here for the Eagles. They are going to take a look at something just to make sure everything was all squared away in terms of the turn and stroke. They're going to make sure that everything is as it should be. In the finals last year, the Patriot League, no American Eagle got themselves into the A final. On the men's side of things in the 100 back, this has not been an event where the Eagles have really excelled. On the other side of things, UMBC had 3 in the A final. One was disqualified. Marko Kovacic was DQ'd. Ryan Harding was the top-ranked retriever. He is not going to be in the pool right now. Max Casey Belancos, same story for him. He finished 6th. Quinn Mariccioni, though, one of the newer, younger swimmers for UMBC, going to have an opportunity to really show what he can do. Marcioni, the Silver Spring, Maryland native, in the 100 backstroke of the LC Open Championships back in his high school days, he won that event with a 59.58. The Potomac Valley swimming product. He's going to be difficult to beat in lane number 5. Persley in lane number 4. Have to know where he is at all times in the pool as well. Persley was a B finalist in the 200 backstroke in the George Mason Invitational last year. Won the C final of this event, though, the 100-yard backstroke. A little bit better at the shorter of the distances a season ago. Can he replicate that here today in lane number 5, though? It's Marcioni who has the lead early on for UMBC. Out all the way in lane number 7 is Stefano Perez, going out very quick. Marcioni comes in to take the lead at the 50-yard mark, 24.89. Perez right behind him, 0.2 of a second. Ryan Persley, the top-ranked Eagle at the moment, in lane number 4, trying to catch the leaders, and Marcioni and Perez as the retrievers looking to go 1-2. It is still Marcioni who has the advantage underwater past the flags, a little bit longer than Perez, and that might do it to give Marcioni the win. Perez trying to hold off the rest of the incomers for second place. He's going to do just that as the retrievers go 1-2. Nick Brackle in third, as a matter of fact. He just out-touched Persley by 1/10 of a second, so the retrievers go 1-2-3 in the 100-yard backstroke. On the men's side of things, Ryan Persley finished 4th with a 53.67, but it's the 51.15 of Quinn Marcioni that wins the heat, and the retrievers all over this men's 100-yard backstroke. We go to the women's 100-yard breaststroke. This was not UMBC's event last year. No swimmers in the A final of the America East Championship. But they do have Brianna Smith in lane number 5. What can Smith do to push the pace for the retrievers? Over on the American side of things, top-ranked swimmer in this event, last year's conference champion, was Maren Priddy. Priddy's in lane number 4. She finished 4th in the B final last year in the Potomac relays, which already occurred. This event did not contest in a final. 50% of the way there, and in lane number 4 it is Pretty who has the lead right now. Pretty with an advantage of just over a second from lane number 7's Leah Kaiser for UMBC. Kaiser trying to steal some points away from Pretty and the Eagles. Pretty's name's going to be all over the heat sheet today. We've already seen her in the women's 200-yard medley relay for American that they won at the start of the swimming day. Out in lane number 6 is Jordan Carpentieri trying to go 1-2 for the Eagles. Carpentieri with one more push to the wall. She's got it. 104.51 for Pretty to lead the way, and then Carpentieri right behind her in second place at 106.38 as the Eagles go 1-2. Brianna Smith in third for the Retrievers at 107.49. So the Eagles with a strong run in the women's 100-yard breaststroke. And now Van Paul will be in the pool for American. Very excited about this swimmer are the Eagles. Van Paul will have an opportunity in lane number 4, a freshman from Arlington Heights, Illinois. And Pretty with a new pool record of 104.51. Some history already being set here at Fraley Pool. As we turn our attention back over onto the men's side of things, Elliot Fielder, the senior for UMBC, will be in lane number 5. Fielder, the transfer from Southwest Oregon Community College. Finished in third in the JUCO championships in the 100-yard breaststroke. What does he have here now at the Division I level? A native of Sweden in year number 1 at D1. He was a national champion in the 200-yard breaststroke. In this little bit less distance, does he have the speed to outlast the rest of the group? Out in lane number 5, Fielder has the advantage right now. In second place, all the way at the bottom of your screen, is Matthew Rotunda in lane number 1. Retrievers trying to go 1-2 on the men's side of things in the breaststroke as well. Pushing the pace in lane number 4 is Van Paul, trying to get in amongst the leaders as Rotunda starts to fade back a little bit towards Paul. Now can Paul reel in the leader, Fielder, the former JUCO national champion, trying to hold off the rest of the pack. They're under the flags, and it looks like Fielder has it in his first Division I competitive swim. Elliot Fielder goes 58.76 to win the men's 100-yard breaststroke. Paul comes back to get second. Rotunda still with a really solid third as it goes Retriever, Eagle, Retriever, 1, 2, 3 in the men's 100-yard breaststroke. We go to one of the more grueling events now, the 200-yard butterfly. This is a really, really difficult event to be able to keep your endurance. Nicole Davanzo will be in lane number 5 for UMBC. She represented the Retrievers in the America East Championship last year with a 4th place finish in the B final. Claire Mosher will be the top swimmer in the pool for the Eagles. She'll be in lane number 4. Izzy McGovern was the top Eagle in the Patriot League Championships last year. She and Mosher swam against each other in the C final. McGovern won it, and now Mosher trying to add on here in 2025. Ended up finishing in 20th place overall, did Mosher, back in the Patriot League Championships earlier on in the year of 2025, back in the month of February. It's Davanzo who has the lead right now for UMBC. In lane number 5, the advantage of just 4/100th of a second over Madison Stover in lane number 2, the youngest swimmer in the pool, the freshman from American. Trying to make sure that she has the endurance set and is at just the exact right pace. The Baltimore, Maryland native Stover out of Notre Dame Prep, swimming against the school from Baltimore. Part of the 4-time National Catholic High School Championship team at Notre Dame Prep. She's got experience swimming in really big matches, and she continues to look to be right there with the leaders. She's got the lead at the halfway mark. Does Stover at 1:09.99. Claire Mosher about 0.3 of a second behind her. It is Stover all the way out on the outskirts in lane number 2, and Mosher and Davanzo, the rest of the leaders in lane 4 and 5. So Mosher and Davanzo will know right where each other are, but not where Stover is as they head all the way back towards the blocks. It continues to be in lane numbers 4 and 5, Mosher and Devanzo. Mosher might have just the advantage, and Mosher has the lead through 3 of the 4 laps. Stover's faded back to 3rd, Devanzo in 2nd place. The 3 are separated by only just over 1.5 seconds. Now in lane number 3, Molly Curran trying to get amongst the leaders as Stover continues to fight towards Mosher and Devanzo, who have now taken this away, and it is Mosher who has the lead as we head all the way into the final length. Mosher has Devanzo about 1/2 of a length off of her right shoulder, and Mosher is gaining, and Devanzo starting to fade a little bit. It is going to be Claire Mosher who wins the 200-yard butterfly. Devanzo in 2nd place, and Stover will finish with a really strong swim. The freshman will get 3rd. 4th place, Sierra Fujiwara for American, as the Eagles go 1-3-4 in the women's 200-yard butterfly. The winning time for Mosher, 2:11 flat. Will get it done for the Eagles. So we go over towards the men's side of things in the 200 fly. 3 Eagles, 3 Retrievers in the pool. Ryan Tiffany, who finished 4th in the C final, same exact spot as Claire Mosher on the women's side of things. Tiffany will be in the pool for the Eagles in lane number 4. A Retriever won this event last year in the championships in the America East last year. Oliver Gassman no longer swimming for the Retrievers in this event. So instead, Axel Morris will be the top swimmer in lane number 5. Morris kind of trying to take the mantle for the next great 200-yard fly in this event for the Retrievers. He's the swimmer to watch in lane number 5 for UMBC. Axel Morris, the sophomore out of Raleigh, North Carolina, will touch it in 5th place. It's Cole Kaufman out in lane number 2, who has the lead right now for the Eagles. Kaufman all the way towards the bottom of your screen, just a sophomore out of Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, looking for one of his biggest swims so far in Eagles colors. 2nd in the 400 IM in a dual meet against Old Dominion, and twice in the 200-yard fly against Georgetown and UMBC last year was able to win this event, and it is still Kaufman who has the lead at the moment. Ryan Tiffany in 2nd place. It's very close by about 0.3 of a second. In 3rd place is Maiden Morris, as right now the 3 swimmers for the Eagles in the pool are going 1, 2, 3 against this Retriever side that finished 1-4 in the America East Championships last season. But it is now really just the battle between Kaufman and Tiffany in lanes 2 and 4. They've been swimming against each other all preseason. Now they're swimming against each other here in a dual meet. It's going to be Kaufman all the way out in lane number 2, who has the lead right now through 3 of the 4 laps. 1:24.12. He's got the lead of about 0.8 of a second. Morris still in 3rd. He's got a lead of nearly 2 full seconds over the top UMBC swimmer Maury, who touches in past 1:30 after 3 of the 4 50-yard laps. It is still Kaufman who continues to grow on Ryan Tiffany. The lead is now nearly a full body length for Cole Kaufman all the way out in lane number 2, and he is going to take home victory. Cole Kaufman with 1:55.02. Can the Eagles go 1, 2, 3? Morris is trying to hold off Zarescu, and it will be 1, 2, 3 for the Eagles in the men's 200 fly. What a swim for AU to sweep it for the Eagles in the 200 fly. And they continue to have the early advantage here over UMBC overall. Now we get set for the splash and dash, the 50-yard freestyle. Grace Gilbert will be in the pool for American in lane number 4. She'll be one of the swimmers to watch. 30th in the prelims in the Patriot League final season ago, but you know that she was prepared for a big 2025 fall season. Ashley Gutzall, though, is the swimmer that we'll be talking about over the course of these 50 yards. Last year's America East Conference champion in this event. Nobody went faster in the final than Gutzall at 22.65, a B cut for the CSCAA. Does she have another big swim in her here?
Ellie Waddington
They're already off, and Gutschall went 22.65 through 50. There was no 25 split in that, as keep an eye on Gutschall in lane number 5 with the early advantage. Gutschall, but staying underwater a little bit longer in lane number 6 was Lucy Penna for American. Gutschall trying to hold off the rest of the pack. Here comes Gilbert in lane number 4, but it is still Gutschall, last year's America East champion, who wins it in lane number 5 for UMBC. Gilbert will come in second place, as it is Ashley Gutschall who wins it for UMBC. One of the top sprint swimmers in the region, won it for the Retrievers in the women's side of the quickest event, the 50-yard freestyle. We'll flip on over towards the men's side of things. Gavin Shiflett will be in lane number 4 for American. Sean Niels, who we've already talked about, will be in lane number 5. Shiflett did not compete in the finals a season ago. Sean Niels came in 6th in the A final last year in the America East Championship. And he is in lane number 5 at the moment. Shiflett right off of his hip in lane number 4. Niels got out to just a slightly better start than Shiflett. They are the two who have the lead at the moment as we hit 25 of the 50 yards. Niels trying to hold off all the way out in lane number 8. Henry Bish for American trying to put the pressure on. In lane number 7 too is Matthew So, who's already had a great meet. And it's Braden Weiss who wins it in lane number 3 for UMBC. The freshman came back with a really strong final 10 to win it 21-33 for Weiss. In second place was So for UMBC, and third place Niels, as the Retrievers go 1-2-3 on the men's side of the 50-yard free. So after American had a great women's 50-yard free, it's the Retrievers who have a very strong men's side of the 50-yard freestyle, the quickest event in the pool. And we're not going to slow down all that much as we head to the 100-yard freestyle. And Ashley Gutschall is going to be called right back into action as she'll go up against Maren Pretty in the center of the pool. It's going to be a tough test for Gutschall to have to go against Pretty, who will be on a little bit more rest. Gutschall just swam the 50 only moments ago, and now is going to have to go right back to it. Pretty did swim in the prelims, did not qualify for the finals of the 100 free, but she'll be going up against perhaps a slightly more tired Ashley Gutschall. Will that give her any sort of advantage? Mimi Watts won this event last year for American in the Patriot League Championship. The first medalist of the Patriot League Championship since all the way back in 2013. The graduate student went out on top. So now how do the Eagles respond with her no longer on the roster? Maren Pretty's going to have to kind of take that mantle from her. Grace Gilbert, who we've already seen swim, will go up against Claire Ottinger as well. They'll be towards the top of your screen in lanes 6 and 7. We are going to head to break for just a few moments as we will build up towards the 100-yard freestyle. Ashley Gutschall will be back in the pool when we come back.
American University basketball travels with DC Trails, the official charter bus company of the Eagles. DC Trails offers an assortment of tour, travel, and sightseeing opportunities in the Mid-Atlantic region. Local or long distance, let DC Trails customize your group's transportation. Enjoy their state-of-the-art vehicles and great customer service. For all of your group transportation needs, contact DC Trails. Visit them online now at dctrails.com or call 202-339-0333.
Style in sports, it's a 1-2 punch.
Originality, that's style.
Today we're going to be helping style some high schoolers.
We're about to get some styling in with some student athletes. We're gonna take these kids to the next level.
This is fire.
You know what I mean? Something different.
Some swag.
Get it.
Under Armour, we here, man.
Style is all about a representation of yourself.
If you look good, you feel good, you play good, it goes all in one.
Where we go from here starts now. The challenge? What change do we want to make?
Who do we want to become?
We're here, shaping our future. We ignite ideas, empower breakthroughs, and propel passion into action. United in purpose, inspired to lead.
That is your charge. That is your calling.
And soar like an eagle.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
Well, a bit of a head fake for you. We'll actually head to the diving board next, so Ashley Gutschall will get a little bit of a rest before contesting that 100-yard freestyle. It'll be time for the 1 meter dive for both the Retrievers and the Eagles. Get an update on the score for you overall, if we can. On the men's side of things, UMBC with a slight edge, 104-98. It is very close. It's less close on the women's side of things. American with a substantial lead, 91-61 on the women's side of things. So the Eagles women, who already won the 16 Potomac relays a little bit earlier on in the season, outright with another solid advantage right now. It is a lot tighter on the men's side of things, and this 1 meter dive could help be part of the difference. So we'll reset kind of the table of contents for you. The 1 meter dive coming up next, and then we'll have that 100-yard freestyle where it'll be Pretty versus Gutschall and Gilbert. On the men's side of things, we'll have the 100-yard freestyle right afterwards. So again, keep a very close eye on especially not only who wins those men's 100-yard freestyle, but who gets second over third, who gets third over fourth. Those could be the points that really matter to stack up to be the difference. 200-yard backstroke, 200-yard breaststroke, 500-yard freestyle will be the next events up back in the swimming pool. 100-yard butterfly, 200-yard IM, and then we'll end with the 200-yard freestyle relay, where we will again see Marin Pretty for American and again see Ashley Gutschall for UMBC. In fact, a sneak preview of that event, they'll be going up against each other in the first of the legs, and that'll be Grace Gilbert versus Bruna de Padua to round things out amongst the 8 teams for American and UMBC in lanes number 4 and 5. That is going to be thrilling on the women's side of things. Matthew So will swim for UMBC in the men's 200-yard free relay final. He has had a great meet so far in his first of 2025 and his first of his freshman season. My name is Ben Curtis. So glad to be with you here from Fraley Pool here at the Reeves Aquatic Complex in Washington, D.C. First time ever that we're able to bring you not only broadcasts, images, but also commentary as well here on YouTube. So really appreciate it and hope that you've been enjoying the content as well. Huge thanks to the entire crew and team that has helped this, been able to be pulled off. It really does take a village to be able to pull off this event poolside and be able to bring it to you, and we certainly appreciate it. UMBC is going to get things started as we again get the confirmation of the scores. It is 104-98 for UMBC on the men's side of things. And on the men's side of things, or rather on the women's side of things, it's a lot less close. All Eagles 91-61. They announced the order of the divers, and it will be UMBC who will get things started. Graham Moore will be the one to dive first. Again, look at what's to come for both of these sides. UMBC has that tri-meet against Navy and William and Mary next Saturday. Then 2 weekends after that, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at the Loyola Invite. For American, coming up next, they've got a tri-meet with Loyola of Maryland this upcoming Saturday with both the Greyhounds and Lehigh. They'll also be across town the following Friday at Georgetown, and then back here the very next day for the Pink Meet, October 18th against Catholic. October 31st, the Halloween meet at Howard over at Burr Gym. And on November 8th at Navy with Bucknell and the Lafayette Leopards also there as well. So it is a stacked schedule for each of these teams, especially into October and November, as both teams try to get themselves prepared for the month of February. Patriot League Championship's going to be in Annapolis, Maryland, February the 18th through the 21st. UMBC will be looking ahead to the America East Championships, will be in Lexington, Virginia on those same 4 days. Late February, the best time of the year if you're a college swimming fan, but it really starts to be built in October. Start to stack up victories, start to get your pacing exactly right, get stronger in the pool, get more comfortable with swimmers from other teams swimming next to you after you swim next to your teammates for so long. As we will get underway with the diving. And right off the bat, it is going to be the Eagles actually who will start things out with the dive. Actually, they're just continuing to warm up. I apologize. I want to make sure that everyone is all set to go. So from the 1 meter dive, a little bit of a different situation than the 3 meters in terms of your walk up and your pacing. Before we finally do get ready to go to dive for real and have the scores matter. Again, a reminder of the scores in case you're just joining us. Women's side of things, all AU, 91-61. On the men's side of things, 104-98 in favor of UMBC. But still with plenty of points left to pick up at the diving. The relays will certainly matter. 11 points for the winning relay compared to 9 points for the winning individual. Of course, there are more points to be gained for the swimmers who come in 3rd, 4th, 5th place on the individual side of things. No points if you come in 4th in these relays. It is just the top 1, 2, and 3 that end up with points. The divers continue to make sure they get themselves comfortable on the 1 meter board. That will be off to the left of where they started out the day with the 3 meter. And these diving events, valuable points to be picked up as well, especially on that men's side of things. That is only going to get more and more competitive as we get into the relays all the way at the very end. Look ahead again at what is to come. We talked about the 100-yard freestyle. After that, the 200-yard backstroke. We'll see Brooke Vos for American go up against Alice Marini of UMBC, and keep an eye on Anna Sen for American as well. The freshman has had a really strong dual meet so far. And the men's 200-yard backstroke after that, Quinn Marchioni has really impressed for UMBC. Nick Brackle, one of the more experienced swimmers in the pool, will go for the retrievers as well. And then you fast forward all the way to that 200-yard IM, the penultimate event of this competition. Dimitra Bikos will be back in the pool for AU. She was phenomenal to open things up in the swimming pool with the 1,000-yard freestyle. A huge, huge time for her to make sure that she had a lead of 7 seconds over Kate Williams, her teammate, just about to win that event. She's going to be back in the pool after an extended break. She's going to swim the 200-yard IM. Alice Marini, whose name will start to sound familiar if you've been following along from the word go here in this dual meet. She is going to be right next to her in lane number 5. Brooke Vos will go again in that event for American 2. Busy, busy day for Vos as well. And then on the men's side of things, you flip the page to Luke Martins and Philippe Tavira Lira, the rematch of that 1,000-yard freestyle. That was handily won by Martins, but Tavira Lira, the Brazilian freshman, will try to get it done with a little bit shorter distance event. But all that is still to come here on the American Eagles YouTube page, and we hope that you stick with us for just about all of it. So again, the divers making sure that they are ready to go on the 1 meter board. We're going to briefly step aside again, and when we come back, we will be ready to go with the 1 meter diving. Thank you. that all in break? Oh, was all of that break?
He's not going to be there. He's here right now, yeah. Okay. But not in the stars and stripes. Save that one for special occasions. Oh. Oh, I remember doing that back in the day. Outfitting with my family. My sister's birthday was a month ago. Has your brother being recruited for golf? I saw you post about that. That's my cousin. Oh, cousin. I just think I don't know. Is he being recruited? Oh, okay. They're in that area. What did he walk on for? Oh, golf, okay. I played a couple hours ago. It's fun. I'll have like 2 amazing shots in the entire 18 holes, and that will get me out of my back. So everybody's looking for that one. One great shot and like 18. Big rush. We did some like swimming technical advice, and then at the end of all that, but then again, I don't really know.
So here we go, 1 meter diving getting set to go here from Washington, D.C. as the swimmers continue to get themselves loose for the final races over off to our right on the practice pool, and the divers finishing up their final warm-ups on the 1 meter board. 3 meter board, we saw some really good dives by Alex Way of American and Zenit as well of UMBC. What will the 1 meter dive brings? We look back to last year's America East and Patriot League final. Last year, UMBC had 2 retrievers in the A final. Alicia Bateau finished 6th. Ember Stennett finished 7th. Each of them picking up valuable points for UMBC in the Patriot League final. In the 1 meter, there were no Eagles who contested the A or the B final, but Peyton Thurman finished 5th in the C final, 21st overall in the entirety of the conference. So we're just about ready to go here for the 1 meter final. Ben Curtis back with you here on American Eagles YouTube. Appreciate you joining us as we hit the home stretch here of this dual meet between the Eagles and the Retrievers. And the opening dive of the day will warrant a 6.5 and a 6. So good start for UMBC. 2.3 degree of difficulty coming up next. Again, just a reminder, that's the multiplier where you can really pick up some big scores. Degrees of difficulty a little bit higher, of course, on that 3 meter dive. Opportunity for more of the somersaults, additional tuck. 6 and 5.5 are the scores on that dive. Alex Way, who had a very good dive for American in the 3 meter, will go for the first time from the 1 meter. 6 rounds for all of these divers as Way gets plenty of verticality. Did he enter the pool straight enough? 6 for both of the judges. That's a solid score in the first. That's Andrews Logus, who went first in the 3-meter. Gets his first of the 6 dives in the 1-meter. And the senior from Texas gets a round of applause from the rest of the retrievers. 6 and 6 are the scores. Here's Ree. 1.7 degree of difficulty for Ree. Got well away from the board that time. See if the judges like it. 5.5 for both of the judges. Solid number for Ree. And here is now Isabella Evers, the senior from Maryland. Former most improved athlete by UMBC at their end of year awards. Continued to grow year over year with this retriever side. 2.5 somersaults again that time. Got a 4.5 and a 5 from the judges. So here's Thurman in that C final back in February. She nodded a 2:22.35. Picked up 4 points for the Eagles in that Patriot League final. That A final, by the way, was won by Mackenzie Kim of Navy. What does Thurman's first dive have here? Perhaps a little bit too much of a splash. Still solid score, 5.5 for both of the 2 judges. Thurman just missed out on the B final by less than 6 points. Judges going back to have a thought, 6 apiece. As Fannin will go next for AU. 2.0 degree of difficulty for the second of the 2 female divers for American. Looking to get out to a strong start here with her 2.0 degree of difficulty. Has that big weight to make sure she readies herself. And she picks up a 5.5 from both of the judges. 2.3 degree of difficulty coming up here. Off of the 1-meter diving board, you get less opportunity for those somersaults, so when you can get them, that really makes them count. 6 and 6.5. 2.3 degree of difficulty here to start off round number 2 of the dives. Again, reminder, coming up next, 100-yard freestyle, 200-yard backstroke, 200-yard breaststroke. Those are the next 3 races in the swimming pool. But first, big points to be decided, especially on the men's side of things, on the 1-meter diving board. Solid from 1 meter, 5.5 from both of the judges. 2.4 degree of difficulty here. The next dive for the retrievers. More divers for UMBC than for AU to field here today. Not all of them, though, will pick up points. Only the top will contribute to that team total. That is very tight on the men's side of things. Scores are 5 apiece as Way will go next for the Eagles. Way picking up 6 and 6.5, trying to follow in the footsteps of Gray Miller, who won the C final of the Patriot League last year for the Eagles. Reverse dive here for UMBC in round number 2 of the 6 that they will contest from the 1 meter. Perhaps just a bit too horizontal entering the water. 4 and 4 are the decisions. So here is Samantha Ree. 2.2 degree of difficulty here. Don't think Ree quite got the purchase on the jump that she wanted, and she won't get a score on that dive. Isabella Evers will be up next. 2.1 degree of difficulty. Ree will still have plenty of time to execute the dives later on in the rounds that she would have wanted. Evers with a long walk up into her reverse. Picks up a 4.5 from one judge and a 5 from the other. Peyton Thurman will be next up with a 2.3 degree of difficulty for her second dive from the 1 meter today. She'll go from a standing start, unlike her teammate. Furman's second dive. Referees, judges having a think about it. 5.5 and 6.5 will balance out. Here's Ember Stennett now. Has had so much success at the 3 meters, but had a great 1 meter as well in the Thomas Murphy Invitational last year that got her an NCAA Zone A cut. Finished 6th in the 1 meter back in her Illinois State Championships back in 2022. 4 and a 4.5 though for her this time around. Maggie Fanning, the senior, will have another opportunity from 1 meter. Interesting to see the difference between the two female divers, Thurman, rather, I should say, and Fanning for American. Fanning takes the long walk-up start, while Thurman prefers to go from that standing start. Final dive of round number 2. That'll be Alicia Bateau. Senior will also take a walking start into it. That's an excellent dive from Bateau. Judges will look to their cards. 6 and 6.5 for Bateau. So we head to the 3rd round, and Grant Moore will start things up. 2.4 on the multiplier here for Moore. Moore didn't quite get the ability right off of the diving board that he would have wanted. He won't get a score. Aiden Billington will be next up, the freshman. Only freshman diver competing in this meet for UMBC. Aiden O'Callahan is also on the roster. And Billington, again, didn't quite get the purchase he would have wanted off the board, but 5s for him. So that's a solid save for Billington. As Way with a 2.0 degree of difficulty. It looked like Billington was maybe a little bit off balance, but still turned it into a very, very solid dive. Way, the only male swimmer competing for the Eagles today. Off of a 2.0 degree of difficulty, 5s for him as well. Here's Anders Logus, one of the leaders of this team, the 2023 champion in this event, the 1 meter, with a 283.2. Finished 36th out of 50 divers back on the 3 meter at the NCAA championships. First retriever to compete in that championship since 2015. It had been 8 years until Logus broke the streak at 3 meter. But obviously a ton of success at 1 meter as well, with hardware in his trophy cabinet from this distance. 5s for him for both of the judges. Here is Samantha Ree next. 2.0 degree difficulty for Ree. Did not get a score on her last dive. We'll look to turn it around here in round number 3. That's much improved from Ree from one dive to the next. Really good resilience from Ree. 4 and 4.5 for Ree. A junior able to bounce back. Always important to have that veteran leadership. You have to have a quick memory in this sport. One dive doesn't go your way, it's right on to the next. That's why you get 6 of the opportunities. Four and a half and 5 are the judges' scores. As Peyton Thurman will go back to the board for American. Women's side of things with a solid lead for the Eagles. This could be an opportunity, though, from the scores of Sennett and Isabella Evers and Buteau to pick up a little bit of room, as Thurman did not quite time it right, so she'll have the opportunity to walk back and try it over again. Thurman's usually been starting from the standing start. We were talking about that difference between her and Fanning, but this time Thurman will walk into the dive. Four and 5. A 2-point deduction for having to restart there for Thurman, but still was able to salvage a solid dive. As here is Ember Sennett, 2.3 degree of difficulty for her. She'll go from a standing start as well. Sennett will get a 4.5 from one judge and a 4 from the other. Here's Fanning, who will this time go from a standing start herself. Back dive here for Fanning. Looking to add a little bit of confidence after Thurman needed 2 opportunities to get the dive away. So very, very close to the board that time. And we'll get a 3.5 and a 4.5 out of it. Final dive of round number 3. Here's Alicia Buteau. We are just about at the halfway mark of the 1 meter diving before we head back into the swimming pool. We're at the 100-yard freestyle coming up next. Buteau's final dive of the 3rd round, 5.5 and 6 are the scores. Solid dive for Buteau. And Grant Moore will start things off as we head into the second half of the 1 meter diving. So we are 3/4 of the way through the diving overall between the 3 and the 1 meter. Grant Moore will start things out with a back dive. Solid. Round number 4 for Moore, 6 and 6 for Grant Moore. Really strong start to the 4th round for Grant Moore. This is when you want to be starting to dive your best towards the end of your 6 rounds. Again, that's why that strategy is so important, to rather start with the most difficult, or do you end with the most difficult to build confidence or to get those toughest dives out of the way right away. A 4.5 from both of the judges. Here's Alex Way with a 2.1 degree of difficulty for Way. Way gets plenty aerial. Might have just over-rotated a little bit. 3 and 4 are the scores from the judges. Here's Anders Logus now. 3.0 degree of difficulty, very tough dive from just 1 meter up. But the senior from Hebert High School certainly has this in his locker. Logus qualified in just 5th place in that America East Championship back in 2023, won by just a 1/10 of a point, but has the gold medal in his trophy case all the same. Here's Samantha Rhee, 1.6 degree of difficulty for Rhee. Rhee's responded very well after having a no score back in the second round, 4.5 and 5.5 for her, as Isabella Evers will go next. When these two sides met up last year, Evers finished 2nd in the 3rd meter, but 4th in the 1 meter. She's able to improve on her tally from the lower height here in 2025. Scores will be 6 apiece. 2.4 degree of difficulty now for Peyton Thurman. On the women's side of things, it was a 178 to 120 victory for UMBC over American. Convincing victory for the UMBC women last year, but the tides have been turned a little bit more here this season. Amber Stennett won the 1 meter and the 3 meter en route to that tremendous year. Dives will be 6 apiece on that last dive. The UMBC men won as well in even more convincing fashion, 208.5 to 91.5. Isaac Poole had a pair of NCAA zone cuts at the 1 meter and the 3 meter mark. Poole was really the star of this men's diving side. Was a graduate student last season, so out of eligibility after he spent 4 years at Grand Canyon University in the WAC, final year at UMBC, where he ended up as the championship diver of the meet for the Retrievers. Set the 1 meter diving school record and a couple of meet records as well along the way. He was the America East champion at the 1 meter. But now you have to turn the page to 2025. In the fall of 2025, and who will be the next great men's diver? It certainly looks like Anders Logus has some trophies left to win. 5.5 for Fanning, as Grant Moore will start up round number 5. 2.6 degree of difficulty for Moore. So the men's race certainly looking a lot closer than it was last year when these two teams met up at the UMBC Aquatic Complex. And the women's side of things, it's been a total reversal of what it was last year. UMBC head coach Matt Donovan will be looking for some more points on the diving, but will be coaching up his swimmers as well. 6.5 and 6.5 as the diving continues. Fifth season for Matt Donovan. Titles in the ACAC Winter Championships and the America East Championship in just year number 1 for Donovan, after coming from being the women's swimming coach at Long Island University. Had to navigate them through the change in merging the Long Island Brooklyn and Long Island Post campuses. University added the sport in the spring of 2020, and so Donovan was the men's coach as well for that, for just about a year, of course, navigating through the COVID pandemic. Six and 6.5 are those latest dives, as Anders Logus will dive next with a 2.4 degree of difficulty. Head diving coach for UMBC is Jeff Fisher, who came to join Donovan's staff in the same year that Donovan was hired. Immediately won the 1 meter and 3 meter competition at the ECACs with Will Hendrickson. Won America East Swimming and Diving Coaching Staff of the meet in that competition. 14 years in Denver, Colorado as the diving coach at the Mile High Dive Club. Also worked in D2 Metropolitan State University of Denver, so very well acquainted out west and has since moved east and has found a lot of success, of course, with the divers that we were just talking about for UMBC. Here's Ree again for the Retrievers. That picks up scores of 6 and 6.5. 2.3 degree of difficulty here for Evers. We continue to work our way through the 6 rotations. You look at the coaching staff for American. They're led by Garland Barrett. As the dive for Evers scored at 5.5 and 5. Barrett was an assistant for AAU from 2016 to 2021 and then was named the head of the program in June of that 2021 season. So she's been with the program for nearly a full decade after coming by way of Middlebury College, where she led 4 qualifiers to the Division III national champions. John Barry is leading the way of this diving side. He'll certainly have liked what he's seen out of Alex Way today. Has been with this Eagles program for nearly 20 years, as Sennett will go back to work. Barry out of Dominion Dive Club in Fairfax, Virginia, just down the road. So what does Sennett have in her locker here in the 5th of the 6 rotations? Judges having a think about it, 3.5 and 4 for Sennett, as Fanning will go back to work. 2.2 degree of difficulty for Fanning. His father, John Paul, was a swimmer for St. Bonaventure University, so a lot of time spent by the pool for the Fannings. Going to walk back up into this dive. That looked pretty solid entering the pool for Fanning. 2.5 and 4, though, say the judges. Might have just over-rotated her stated dive. 2.3 degree of difficulty here to keep things rolling in round number 5. Buteau with a 5 from one judge and a 5.5 from the other. So we head into the final round as Grant Moore will start out the final round of diving for the Retrievers. 2.7 degree of difficulty here for Moore to set the tone for the final round. So we head to the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Break of about 2 hours or so from the end of the 3-meter diving to the start of the 1-meter diving. Enough time to cool down, warm back up, reset, both physically and mentally. This diving competition is much about the mental side of how you're able to execute as much as it is the physical side. 2.1 degree of difficulty coming up here for the Retrievers. And Billington trying to add on to his score. Four and a half and 5 are the scores for Billington as Alex Way will step up to the board next. That long wait can be agonizing as you have to wait and watch your swimmers compete. It can also really impact how you dive, knowing, especially for the women for America, you've got that big lead to try to protect and the pressure on the men's side of things, certainly with the lead as tight as it is now for UMBC of just 6. Very valuable points, as Way's dive will result in a 4.5 and a 5. Here's Anders Logus again. 2.2 degree of difficulty for Logus. Plenty of air underneath the board that time for Logus, and he'll pick up a 6 from both of the judges. Very solid score from Logus to go along with that 2.2 degree of difficulty. Here's Ree with a 2.2 multiplier herself. Mount Airy, Maryland native. Competing in the Central Maryland Diving League from age 15 to 18. She placed second in that age group before coming to UMBC, staying pretty close to home. Of course, one of the best swimming and diving regions in the country for talent. 3.5 and 4.5 as Evers will step up next. 2.7 degree of difficulty for Evers. One of her toughest dives of the night from either 1 or 3 meters. Leaving it very, very late to test herself. But if she can execute, we'll pick up a huge score with that multiplier. Retrievers squad likes it. 5 from one judge, 5.5 from the other. Here is Thurman, 2.2 degree of difficulty for Thurman. And her final dive of the night. This is round 6 of 6. And the 1 meter after all these divers also had an opportunity from 3 meters to start the day. 5.5 and 6. 2.6 degree of difficulty here now for Ember Stennett. Knew it would be a treat to watch her dive. One of the best in the America East. Her final dive of the night is a good one. 5.5 from both of the judges. To go along with that 2.6 degree difficulty, that will be a big score, as Fanning will have a 2.1 degree of difficulty to wrap up her night. Fanning likes to take those long, deliberate toe taps just to make sure she is ready on the mental side of things as well. And she executed it well, a 5 from both of the judges. Final dive will be Alicia Buteau. 2.7 degree of difficulty to wrap up the dives before we get back into the races in the swimming pool. Looking to close things out well for the Retrievers as not only the last dive of her team, but of the entire competition. Round of applause from the UMBC squad. 5 from both of the judges, as that will wrap things up for the diving. Strong dives from Buteau for the women's side of things for UMBC. And way for the Eagles. So we will head back to the swimming pool when we start racing after this 1 meter dive is complete. 100-yard freestyle, 200 backstroke, 200 breaststroke is coming up next. We will step aside, and when we come back, we'll get back into the swimmers as we go racing once more when we return to Washington, D.C.
American University basketball travels with DC Trails, the official charter bus company of the Eagles. DC Trails offers an assortment of tour, travel, and sightseeing opportunities in the Mid-Atlantic region. Local or long distance, let DC Trails customize your group's transportation. Enjoy their state-of-the-art vehicles and great customer service. For all of your group transportation needs, contact DC Trails. Visit them online now at dctrails.com or call 202-339-0333.
Style in sports, it's a 1-2 punch. Originality, that's style.
Today we're going to be helping style some high schoolers.
We're about to get some style in there with some student athletes. We're going to take these kids to the next level.
It's fire.
You know what I mean? Something different.
Show the swag.
Get it.
Under Armour, we here, man.
Style is all about a representation of yourself.
If you look good, you feel good, you play good, it goes all in one.
Where we go from here starts now. The challenge? What change do we want to make?
Who do we want to become?
We're here, shaping our future. We ignite ideas, empower breakthroughs, and propel passion into action. United in purpose, inspired to lead.
That is your charge. That is your calling.
And soar like an eagle.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
Back here at Fraley Pool at Reeves Aquatic Complex, as we take a look back at the diving that just went on in the 1 meter, and some big dives by Ember Sennett, as well as Alex Way for American. Before we take a look ahead to the women's 100-yard freestyle, Ashley Gutschall finished second, silver medal in the America East Championship last year. As you get one more look at the dives from 1 meter. Peyton Thurman and Maggie Fanning for American on the women's side of things, and for UMBC, Alex Way with the American men's side of things, and for UMBC, Ember Sennett led the way along with Buteau for the UMBC Retrievers. As we transition back from the diving board up ahead, back to the swimming pool, 100-yard freestyle coming up on deck as you see the final images of the diving side of things. Three Eagles again on the diving board. Peyton Thurman, Maggie Fanning, and Alex Way getting 6 apiece from both 3 and 1 meters. Going to be an important season for Thurman after getting to the C final last year. Going to try to build on that here into 2025, 2026. But it is now all about the freestyle on the women's side of things. The 100-yard will be led by Ashley Gutschall. Maren Pretty for American is in lane number 4 to try to put the pressure on. But that time that was set in the America East, 49.38. Going to be tough for Gutschall to line up to, going to be tough to beat. Keep an eye on where Ashley Gutschall is in lane number 5. She did not get out to the best of starts. Pretty got out to a very good start. 4 lengths of the pool as Pretty has the lead through 25. Pretty in lane number 4, trying to outduel Gutschall, one of the top sprinters in the America East Conference. In lane number 8, Dylan Moulton going out pretty fast, but in lane number 4 and 5, it continues to be Pretty and Gutschall. In lane number 3, Irma Duratovic for UMBC, not far behind either, and Duratovic might have a slight lead at the moment as we're more than halfway through. It was Pretty who had the lead, Duratovic second. In 5th place was Gutschall after 100 yards, so Gutschall going to have to make up some ground as she starts to do so as we speak. Gutschall in that 100 freestyle, nearly negative split, 23.73 coming out, 25.65 coming back, and it is going to be Pretty who will win the 100-yard free, as in second place Grace Gilbert came all the way back and Gutschall came back in time to get third, but the Eagles go 1 and 2 as Gutschall swims a 53.31. You know, she is going to continue building and building into February, but that's a great swim for Maren Pretty to go sub 54 for the Eagles, and Grace Gilbert was not far behind her, 53.70, a difference of only 3 or 4 tenths of a second to go 1-2, and she was able to hold off Gutschall by just about a tenth of a second. So we transition now to the men's 100-yard freestyle. Sean Niels for UMBC and Gavin Shiflett for American will be 2 of the swimmers to keep an eye on. Niels finished 5th in the A final of the America East Championships last year. American looking for their next great swimmer in this event, Colin Clough. 100-yard freestyle last year, finished tied for 11th overall. As they get ready to head into the pool, the rest of the field in this 100-yard freestyle. Garrett Jones in lane 1, Lucas Stanridge in 2, Brandon Weiss in lane 3, Shiflett in 4, Niels in 5, Charlie St. Louis in lane number 6, Tyler Kay in lane number 7, and Connor Florence of American. And he'll be at the very top of your screen in lane number 8 as they alternate back and forth. Good start in lane number 3 by Braden Weiss towards the bottom of your screen. He looks to have the slight edge as they dash towards 25 of the 100 yards contesting here in the freestyle. Coming up next, the 200-yard backstroke all the way out in lane number 7 towards the very top of your screen. UMBC's Tyler Kay with a strong first 50. Through 50, though, it is lane number 3, Braden Weiss, who has the lead. He touches it at 22:57 at the moment. Weiss really starting to stretch it out, the youngest swimmer in the pool at just 18 years of age, the freshman, trying to win this heat for UMBC and get them some much-needed points in a very, very tight men's side of things. The freshman from Reading, Pennsylvania, going to win it handily. 46.47, a full second over second place Tyler Kay, as again the men's side of things very, very close, and UMBC goes 1-2. Scavin Shiflett comes in third for American, but those are some critical points for UMBC on the men's side of the competition. And a great swing by Braden Weiss at just 18 years of age. A Reading, PA native who is the Berks County Swimmer of the Year in his final season and an All-American as well coming out of high school. Women's 200-yard backstroke getting ready to go. Brooke Voss will be in the center of the pool. Right next to her, the most experienced swimmer in the meet, Alice Marini at 23 years old. The graduate student transfer from Texas A&M. Did swim in the 200-yard backstroke in the SEC Championships back in 2022-2023. She swam a 1:58.17 for a career best at the biggest meet of the competition. First year now with UMBC and a real opportunity for her to introduce her to her teammates. In lane number 5, though, at the moment, it is Marini who is being challenged on either side of her. Voss and Sen, the two American Eagles, pushing the pace, but it is Marini who has the advantage right now. Sen, about half a second behind her, is in lane number 4. Brooke Voss starts to get a little bit closer. Sophomore out of New York, Voss out of Empire Swimming Club, trying to put a little bit of pressure on. She won the C final of the 400-yard IM in 17th place overall, but is already in the AU top 16 all-time in the 200-yard backstroke. She is the 9th best time in Eagles history. So you know she has plenty left in the tank as it continues to be Marini, flanked by Sen and Voss for the top 3. The lead is just over a second for Marini at the interval. Marini only starting to grow and grow in her lead. A former Aggie trying to make things happen here and get the women of UMBC back into this competition. The time for Marini at 150 yards is 1:33.74. She's got nearly a 2-second lead, does the native of Italy. And there is absolutely nobody near her. The race is on for second place between the two Eagles, Voss and Sen, on either side of Marini. Can anyone else challenge for the rest of the top 3? Battle for those lower in the pool points of 1 and 2 points is on towards the bottom of your screen. Jean-Marie Conti, Gabby Kozorowski, and Ellie Tarragano for either side, but it is Marini with a great swim of 2:06.31. Sen in second place, Voss in third, so UMBC wins it, but the Eagles get second and third, and fourth place was Conti for UMBC. So the two sides split the top 4 as UMBC goes 1-4 towards the top of the leaderboard, and AU goes 2-3. So really good swim by Marini, their first competitive meet for UMBC. And now on the men's side of things, Quinn Marchioni, who's already had a very good swim, will go up against Ryan Persley and his teammate Nick Brackle. Officials are going to take a second just to confirm it before we get going with the 200-yard backstroke for the men, which was dominated by Ben Irwin last year in the Patriot League Championships, who won it by nearly 2 full seconds for Navy. There was not an American Eagle who competed in the finals in that event. Over on the other side in the America East Championships, J.J. Chapman was the highest ranked retriever in 6th place. But Nick Brackle got a B cut to the CSCAA in 2nd place of the B final with a 1:49.39. Brackle's going to look for another big swim here. You got to keep an eye on him in lane number 5 as one of the top swimmers for UMBC. Brackle's a junior out of South Carolina. He'll have on either side of him Ryan Persley and Matias Garcia, both American Eagles. Brackle, the former 5th-ranked swimmer in his high school class in South Carolina back in 2023. 4-time All-State and the 2022 Greenville News Swimmer of the Year, and he has certainly followed that up with a great collegiate career. Had a very good day when these two sides met up last year up in Baltimore. Made podium in this event in the 200-yard backstroke. 2nd place in the men's 800 free relay as well. He can get it done with a freestyle, but this is really one of the events where he shines brightest. So got to know where Brackle is in lane number 5. $200-yard backstroke getting ready for the men's side of things. Matias Garcia in lane number 6. Luke Escala in lane number 7. Brendan Hanlon in lane 1. Campbell Hall in 2. And Marchioni, Persley, and Brackle in the middle lanes. And away they go with the men's 200-yard backstroke. How long you can stay underwater may very well impact who is able to win this, as Marchioni nearly goes half the length of the pool underwater, close to 15 yards. Marchioni was able to stay under and continue to preserve a little bit of that energy. Marchioni again continues to be the longest in the underwater on all of these turns, and it's no coincidence that he is going to have the lead at 27:18 through the first 50. In 2nd place in lane number 5 is Brackle, and 3rd in lane number 4 is Ryan Persley. It's UMBC American towards the top of the leaderboard right now. Plenty of time left for the Eagles to get a move on Campbell Hall in lane number 2, trying to get up towards that top tier of swimmers. In lane number 5, Brackle emerges underwater with the lead. He had a very good closing yards of that 50, and it's Brackle and Marchioni, the 2 UMBC retrievers, who go 1-2, separated by less than half of a second, as now Nick Brackle really starting to add on to his lead. Marchioni was able to stay underwater a little bit longer, and Persley trying to reel in both Marchioni and Brackle, so he hit 125 yards gone by. Staying underwater longer that time was Marchioni. He might have caught Brackle. They're going to go just about stride for stride and stroke for stroke all the way to the wall, fading back into 3rd place solidly as Ryan Persley. He's got Garcia pushing for the podium as well. It continues to be 1-2 Marchioni and Brackle, while in lane number 4, Persley is in 3rd place. Following up in 4th place in lane number 6 is Garcia, and 5th place is Escala, all the way at the top of your screen in lane number 7. But as we hold down the stretch, it's Marchioni and Brackle to decide which of the retrievers is going to win it. Marchioni again staying underwater a little bit longer. Marchioni might have it by half of a body length. Quinn Marchioni is going to take it for a UMBC as the retrievers go 1-2 in the men's 200-yard backstroke. In 3rd place is Persley. In 4th place will be Matias Garcia. But a really strong swim again for the men of UMBC, who saw that they had a 6-point lead as we broke for the diving, and the men of the Retrievers have really, really responded well. In 5th place in lane number 7, Escalette, and then it was Hall and Hanlon to round things out. So we go to the 200-yard breaststroke now. 5 more events left for both the men and the women. 200-yard breaststroke, 500-yard free, 100 fly, 200 IM, and 200 freestyle relay. And the women's 200-yard breaststroke, it's Grace Netz for American, who will be in lane number 4, and Brianna Smith, who will be in lane number 5, as 2 of the players to keep an eye on. Netz, one of the most experienced swimmers in the pool, the senior out of Eden Prairie, Minnesota, as they hit 25 of the 200 yards that they will be going at the breaststroke. At the 200 breaststroke last season in the Patriot League Championships, Netz finished in 6th place overall. That was in the prelims. C finalist winner in the 200 breaststrokes, I should say, 17th place overall at 2:21.58. Now Netz continuing to battle with either side of her, Ula Peril and Brianna Smith, 2 UMBC Retrievers in lane number 3 and lane number 5. Smith right on her shoulder in lane number 5, the sophomore from Cary, North Carolina, and Panther Creek High School. Won a 400-yard IM event against Towson last season. Very versatile swimmer, trying to get it done with the distance at the breaststroke. It looks like at the moment it is Smith who has the lead in lane number 5. Dimitra Bikos is in lane number 6, who we saw excel in the 1,000-yard freestyle all the way back at the start of the broadcast. Bikos trying to get it done with a couple of different strokes. But at the moment it is Peril and Smith who have the lead, the 2 UMBC Retrievers who have had a very good back half of this meet after the break for the 1-meter diving. It's been a lot of Retrievers who have had the advantage as Peril and Smith continue to go step for step. Smith continues to have a slight advantage in lane number 6. Bikos trying to get herself onto the podium. In lane number 2, Jordan Carpentieri of American trying to get in towards that top group. She's sitting in 4th place right now at 150 flat, but still Smith with the lead at 148.74 with the advantage over Daphne Mellis, who is in lane number 1 and currently in 2nd place. Mellis for UMBC charging in late, as starting to fade a little bit is Peril. But in lane number 1, Mellis for the Retrievers trying to make sure that they sweep this event as well. They could go 1-2-3 again, could the Retrievers. In lane number 5, it continues to be Smith. Peril closing strong in lane number 3, and Mellis not far behind her in lane number 1. The Retrievers are going to go 1-2-3 as it's Smith, Peril, and Mellis as the Retrievers sweep the women's 200-yard breaststroke. Dimitra Bikos, the top-ranked Eagle, sitting in 4th place at 2:29.41, but Smith with a 2:26.26 wins it by just about a full second over Peril. Another great swim for the Retrievers here in the women's 200-yard breaststroke. Van Paul will be in lane number 4 for the men of American against Elliott Fielder of UMBC here in this one. So we flip things over from the women's side of things to the men's. They're going to, again, just confirm all the turns were in order before we get going with the men's 200-yard breast. No swimmers who are competing in this event competed in the finals of last year's respective conference championships. But Van Paul will have a really good opportunity in lane number 4, the freshman from Arlington Heights, Illinois, Glenbrook High School District Swim Club. Competed in the fly, in the breaststroke, and the IM in high school. And now Elliott Fielder will be able to get in the pool as well. Fielder, a junior from Sweden, transfer from Southwestern Oregon Community College, in case you're just joining us. He has been in the pool consistently throughout, the former national champion in this event at the junior college level. He won the JUCO National Championship in the 200-yard breaststroke with a time of 2 minutes flat .39. In last season's America East Conference Championship, that would have been just off the podium by rather 1/10 of a second, I should say. But of course, it's a very different kind of competition when you're leading it versus trying to get back into the top 3. Right now in the top 3 continues to be Fielder. He's leading the way about a half a body length ahead of Van Paul as we're through the first of the 50. And it's Fielder with the advantage by just about a full second, 29.05 for Fielder. Paul touches in at 30.01. In third place at the moment, Deji Jones of American in lane number 2. Trying to catch the 2 leaders of Paul and Fielder, who look to be pulling away from the rest of the pack early on. We're nearing the halfway mark of this 200-yard breaststroke. How will Fielder adjust to Division I life? He has already had success in this competition, in this meet, but this has really been his event. At the 100-yard mark, it is Fielder who has extended his lead to nearly a full second again, 1:02.28 to 1:03.11. In third place is James Tao, all the way at the top of your screen, lane number 7 of UMBC. Again, it's not just the swimmers who win the events who get those valuable points, but it's who finishes third over fourth, who finishes in fourth over fifth. Could really, really add up when they tabulate it all, as Fielder starting to pull away a little bit more from Van Paul. And out in lane number 7, James Tao trying to put the pressure on Van Paul to catch him and have the retrievers go 1-2 again. The lead is nearly 2 full seconds now for Fielder. It's about 1.7 seconds as we head into the final 50, and the former JUCO national champion showing why he has all those medals in his trophy cabinet, pulling further and further away from Van Paul as Tao really is now in the battle for a second. He has nearly caught Van Paul. That's going to be the biggest story to watch as we head into the final 25. They won't be able to see each other. Paul in lane number 4 and Tao all the way out in lane number 7, closing very strong. Paul trying to hang on to second place as Fielder wins the 200-yard breaststroke. Second place will be James Tao. He just out-touches Paul by 0.2 of a second. Matthew Rotunda of UMBC in 4th. Matthew Johnson of UMBC in 5th, as the Eagles get just one of the top 5 swimmers, as it's all UMBC again on the men's side of things in the 200-yard breaststroke. After it was very, very close at the break for the 1-meter diving, the men's really starting to go the way of UMBC as American continues to dominate on the women's side of things. And speaking of the women's races, we'll head back onto that side of things. The women's 500-yard freestyle will be up next. Kate Williams back in the pool, so too Bruna De Pauta. Away they go in the 500-yard freestyle. 20 lengths of the pool. Dimitra Vikos was in the C final of this event last year in the Patriot League Championships. She has had a very, very busy slate, though, so she is not going to be in the pool here today. So Kate Williams will be in lane number 4. Haley Reese will be in lane number 6 for American. Haven't seen too much of Reese today, but she'll have an opportunity, will the sophomore from the Woodlands, Texas. Keep an eye on her in lane number 6. First year leadership award at last year's Academic and Leadership Awards. She swam in the 1,000 freestyle against Catholic last year, placed in 2nd place. Swam the 500 free plenty in high school for the Woodlands swim team. Through the first 100, 58.55 for De Pauta leading the way. In 2nd place is Williams, and a tie with Reese at the moment, in fact, at 59.26. With a long, long way to go. Zimmer and Snow bringing up the rear of the pack at the moment. Zimmer of American and Snow of UMBC still with a lot of time left to chase down the leaders. De Pauta in lane number 5 ahead of the 2 AU swimmers, Williams and Reese on either side of her. It'll be Reese towards the bottom of your screen against De Pauta in lane number 6, and Williams in lane number 4. Will actually be a little bit closer towards the bottom of your screen. Reese will be just above De Pauta. Continues to be the UMBC swimmer who has the lead. AU points-wise would certainly be all right still with a 2nd and 3rd place performance if Williams and Reese are able to hold their ground. But coming in strong in lane number 3, Colby Reese trying to get in amongst that pack. It really is a push and pull of how much do you want to reserve your energy and make sure you keep things still left in the tank for the final 100 yards and 50 yards running. But also, if you let those leaders get too far away, it doesn't really become possible to catch them much anymore. You have to trust your pacing that you set out ahead of time. As we hit towards the halfway mark of this 500-yard freestyle, this will be 250 yards, and DePauta, if anything, is opening up her lead even more as Colby Reese will slide in towards the top three. She has surpassed Haley Reese and is right on the hip of Kate Williams. DePauta with a 2:32.91 split, ahead of Williams by 2 full seconds. In third place is Reese, less than half of a second away from Kate Williams. So does Williams have enough to catch Bruna DePauta, who's just been one of the stars of the not only meet but of UMBC's women's swimming group. 3-time America East Swimmer of the Week during last year's season. She set 4 different pool records a season ago. And looks to be in really good shape here again as Reese continues to close in lane number 3. 3:05.05 was DePauta's last split at the 300 mark. We head towards 350 here, and DePauta continues to have the advantage. The chase for 1-2 for UMBC could really be on here as Reese has chased down not only Haley Reese, but Kate Williams as well. There's Colby Reese for UMBC and Haley Reese for American in lanes number 3 and 6. We'll make sure we differentiate them for you, as it is Colby Reese who has closed all the ground on not only Haley Reese but Kate Williams as well. They're swimming right next to each other in lanes number 3 and 4, Colby Reese of UMBC and Kate Williams of American. But it is still all DePauta in lane number 5. In lane number 3, though, Colby Reese really closing some ground on her teammate. Reese closing very strong. Reese could have the lead at the touch here. As we hit the 400-yard mark, it is going to be Reese who has the lead by 0.4 of a second, as DePauta really fading and Kate Williams starts to get back in towards the top 2 or 3. Williams trying to get in towards at least the top 2 and break up a UMBC 1-2. This is 425 of the 500 yards that the women's 500-yard freestyle is going, and Reese trying to hold on, but Williams leaving a little bit left for this final 75 yards. She swims past Bruna DePauta as they hear the bells for the leaders. Colby Reese, Kate Williams, Bruna DePauta, and it's Reese 1, Williams 2. Williams has 2 seconds left to make up in the final 50. She's not going to be able to catch Colby Reese, who has swam a really, really well-executed race. But Williams with an opportunity to hold on for second place against Bruna DePauta, who went out very strong but hasn't been able to hang with her teammate Colby Reese, who absolutely masterclassed her pacing. And Colby Reese is going to swim to a win here in the women's 500-yard freestyle for UMBC, a 5:13.62. Kate Williams does win second for American, third to DePauta for UMBC. Haley Reese finishes in fourth, so it goes UMBC American, UMBC American in the top 4 of the women's 500-yard freestyle. And again, the winning time, 5:13.62 for UMBC. The 5:15.81 belonged to Williams in second place for the Eagles. Really, really well-worked swim by Colby Reese. Very smart to make sure that she was able to hang right on the shoulder of the leaders as Julia Snow comes in for UMBC. Reese was able to just hold off from making her push, and then right around that 300-yard mark was when she made her move, and it worked out well for her in the end. Ryan Summerstad will be back in the pool for the men's 500-yard free for American. The 17-year-old we saw went out very, very fast in the 1,000, wasn't able to hold on. Christian Castro right on his hips from a very, very good race, but so too did Luke Martins in lane number 4. Wherever Luke Martins has gone, Felipe Tavira Lira hasn't been far away from him. The Brazilian freshman is in lane number 3 for UMBC here in the 500-yard freestyle. Again, a reminder of what is to come. 100 fly, 200 IM, and 200 freestyle relay will wrap things up. Started out with the 3-meter diving just past 5:35 on the East Coast. And now we are really into the home stretch to pick up those final points on both the men's and the women's side of things. It is Tavira Lira who has the early lead, 25-24 through the first 50 of the 500 yards. But as we said, a very, very long way to go. handful of Brazilians on this UMBC side. Bruna de Pauta hails from that country as well. We were just talking about her on the women's side of things, the 500-yard freestyle out of Curitiba, Brazil, where she was a junior national champion. But now it is on the men's side, where Tavira Lira really trying to make sure that he is putting the pressure on Luke Martins, and Tavira Lira continues to have the lead on Martins. They're separated by less than 1/10 of a second. That is likely not going to stay that margin all the way throughout. One or the other is going to pull away. Very rare, very, very rare that you see these races of this distance come down to those kinds of margins, but they are right now going stroke for stroke, and they are going to be breathing towards each other on this way down the pool. That's something to keep a note of, so they will know exactly where each other are. But on the way back, Martins breathing away from Tavira Lira, and the latter will be breathing towards Martins. So Felipe Tavira Lira are going to know exactly where Martins is coming down the home stretch. Martins won't know quite as well where his rival is, because those two continue to go step for step. Martins with the lead at that split by just 1/15 of a second. Battle for third, Andrew McGahern for UMBC. Do apologize. In lane number 5, a long way behind the leaders. Out in lane number 7, Christian Castro trying to get in towards the podium as well. In lane number 2, Matthew Pistorino for American, trying to get himself into the mix too. They continue to be separated by less than 1/2 of a second. Martins with the lead right now for American. Nearing the halfway mark, just past the halfway mark, I should say, of this 500-yard freestyle. This coming in will be 300 of the 500. And again, there has not been much at all to separate Martins from Tavira Lira. What does Luke Martins have left to try to pull away and win some much-needed points for the American men? They're going to be able to come back against UMBC again at the 1-meter diving break. It was a 6-point lead for UMBC, who have since dominated a lot of these kinds of races on the men's side of things. Martin swam a 4:33.88 in the George Mason Invitational, as again, nothing to separate Martins and Tavira Lira. Less than 0.3 of a second as we are past 350 yards for the leaders. Very, very rarely do you see these races come down to these kinds of margins for these two, but that is exactly what we've got here, a blockbuster between Martins and Felipe Tavira Lira. And again, reminder, as you can see, that Tavira Lira breathing towards Martins, and Martins is breathing away from her. 1/10 of a second to separate him as Tavira Lira takes the lead at 3:47.58, 3:47.70 for Martins, 12/100ths of a second. McGahern still in third. And Pistorino in 4th place at the moment for American. It looks like Tavira Lira has the lead by just a bit as they hear the bells for the leaders. Tavira Lira with a lead by less than 1/2 of a second. It has ballooned up to 45/100ths of a second. Martins trying to hold right with the freshman Tavira Lira as they see red towards the final 25. They go. Martins tried to stay underwater a little bit longer. It's Luke Martins and Felipe Tavira Lira down the stretch for American and UMBC. Tavira Lira leads it by 1/2 of a body length, and it will be Felipe Tavira Lira to win it at 4:44.51. He wins it by 0.4 of a second. Rather, it's Luke Martins who wins it by 0.4 of a second over Felipe Tavira Lira. What a swim by Luke Martins to close it on out at 4:44.51. That's what's showing on the board right now. It certainly looked like Tavira Lira out-touched him. As they close out the final swimmers. 5:15.59 for Nicola Paulus to finish things off. As Martins reacts to the time. And we will move on to the women 100-yard fly. We'll try to sort that out for you as well. See if we can get any confirmation on that. Certainly looked like to be earlier on first glance got the win, so they will sort that out amongst themselves at the scorer's table. But we turn our attention to the women's 100-yard butterfly. Isabel McGovern in the pool for American. And in lane number 5, Nicole Davanzo for UMBC. Those are two of the swimmers to watch. McGovern for American, looking for another big swim in one of her first swims of her senior season. A Lexington, Massachusetts native. Set school records in the Patriot League Championship in the 200 and 400 fly, but has been, or freestyle rather, but has been very good in the fly as well. In the top 16, 15th overall in AU history in this event. Patriot League Championships back in February of 2024, 55.15. McGovern has the lead at 27.38 through the first 50. She continues to battle with, in lane number 5, Davanzo for UMBC, but it is still McGovern who has the advantage right now. Pulling away, it is going to be Isabel McGovern for American as the women of the Eagles continue to dominate. 57.25 for the 100 fly of McGovern and American. In second place is Davanzo with a 59.38 as the Retrievers pick up some more points, but a big time of 57.25 in the 100 fly. That is 1/100th of a second outside of the top 16 for McGovern. Excellent swim in this early of the year for McGovern. 57.24 would have gotten her in the record books. She goes 57.25 to the men's 100 fly. Ryan Tiffany has been a busy swimmer in lane number 4 for the Eagles in the Patriot League Championships in the 100 fly. He finished in 26th, just outside of making it to the C finals. Looking for a bigger year this year as they head towards 50 of the yards, nearly halfway through. Quinn Marchioni in lane number 5 continuing to battle. He's in third place right now. It's Matthew So in lane number 1 who has had an excellent meet for the Retrievers in just lane number 1. The Oregon native looking to continue his really strong dual meet here for the Retrievers. The 18-year-old freshman with an opportunity to continue to put his stamp as we head towards the finish. It is going to be Matthew So with a 49.27, I should say. In second place is Marchioni as UMBC goes 1 and 2 again. They go 1, 2, 3, in fact, as Stefano Perez had just out-touched Sam Combe in lanes number 7 and 6. So UMBC goes 1, 2, 3, another really important run for UMBC men to get some more valuable points as they're starting to pull away on the men's side of things. And we will head to our final 2 events for both of the 2 genders. The women's 200-yard IM, the men's 200-yard IM coming up, and then the women's 200-yard freestyle relay, and we'll close things out with the men's 200 freestyle relay. We will step aside very briefly, and when we come back, we'll get to that women's 200-yard IM. Dimitra Bikos will be back in the pool for the Eagles.
American University basketball travels with DC Trails, the official charter bus company of the Eagles. DC Trails offers an assortment of tour, travel, and sightseeing opportunities in the Mid-Atlantic region. Local or long distance, let DC Trails customize your group's transportation. Enjoy their state-of-the-art vehicles and great customer service. For all of your group transportation needs, contact DC Trails. Visit them online now at dctrails.com or call 202-339-0333.
Style in sports, it's a 1-2 punch.
Originality, that's style.
Today we're going to be helping style some high schoolers.
We're about to get some style in there with some student athletes. We're gonna take these kids to the next level.
It's fire.
You know what I mean? Something different.
Show the swag.
Get it.
Under Armour, we here, man.
Style is all about a representation of yourself.
If you look good, you feel good, you play good, it goes all in one.
Where we go from here starts now. The challenge? What change do we want to make?
Who do we want to become?
We're here, shaping our future. We ignite ideas, empower breakthroughs, and propel passion into action. United in purpose, inspired to lead.
That is your charge. That is your calling.
And soar like an eagle.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
American University basketball travels with DC Trails, the official charter bus company of the Eagles. DC Trails offers an assortment of tour, travel, and sightseeing opportunities in the Mid-Atlantic region. Local or long distance, let DC Trails customize your group's transportation. Enjoy their state-of-the-art vehicles and great customer service. For all of your group transportation needs, contact DC Trails. Visit them online now at dctrails.com or call 202-339-0333.
We welcome you back here to Reeves Aquatic Complex in our nation's capital. Ben Curtis here back with you on the American University Eagles YouTube page. We appreciate you joining us throughout the night here in the first dual meet of the season for both of these two teams. We have a scoring update for you. UMBC on the men's side of things has absolutely dominated after the break for the men's diving, or for the 1 meter diving rather, and UMBC on the men's side has a lead of 192 to 71. The Retrievers are in really, really very good shape. In fact, they've already clinched a victory on the men's side. The women's side, though, remains undecided. AU had a 30-point lead going into that 1 meter diving break. UMBC has closed the gap. It is 139 to 127, a 12-point lead for the Eagles women, looking to pick up a victory in the first dual meet of the season. Again, remember, UMBC swept this dual meet last year for both the men and the women. Eagles looking for at least a split here in 2025. And this 200-yard IM, and just the second to last event for the women's side, will certainly play a factor. And then we'll end with the 200-yard freestyle relay. Of course, big points up for grabs in the relay. You can get 11 points for your team if you win that relay, and only the top 3 relays are going to result in points. So especially if you can take 2 of the 3, if you can take first and then one of the other spots on the podium, you're going to be in really, really good shape to turn the scales one way or the other for AU, trying to hold off this UMBC team making a late charge to take not only the men's championship here in this dual meet, but the women's side as well. So in the 200-yard IM, we'll run through the lanes for you. And we will start in lane number 1, where we'll see Shannon Lambert for UMBC. Anna Sen will be in lane number 2 for the Eagles. Brianna Smith for UMBC in lane number 3. Dimitri Marcos, who won the 1,000-yard freestyle, will be in lane number 4. Alice Marini, who has swum this event in the SEC Championships 2 years ago, will be in lane number 5. Brooke Voss will be in lane number 6. Ella Nadeau will be in lane number 7. Claire Mosher will be in lane number 8 for the Eagles. Marini finished in 31st place overall in the SEC Championships, just 1 second outside of qualifying for the C final. And away we go with the women's 200-yard IM. Keep an eye on Marini in lane number 5. Voss right above her on your screen in lane number 6. And what will Marcos have, or rather Bikos rather have in lane number 4 in the other strokes besides the freestyle? If she is hanging around the leaders as we get to the final leg, she could really, really be dangerous here in the 200-yard IM. But it is Marini with the butterfly leg who has the lead through 50 yards, 28 rather, 0.18, I should say, for Marini through the first of the 50 yards as we head into the backstroke, and Marini continues to have the lead. Brianna Smith in lane number 3 in second place right now. If UMBC goes 1-2, that would go a long way to closing the rest of that 12-point gap, and Smith and Marini trying to do just that. Bikos in lane number 4 trying to get in their way, so too is Brooke Voss in lane number 6, closing in on Brianna Smith, who is in lane number 3, while Anna Sen in lane number 2 is not far away either. In lane number 2, it is Sen who is in second place right now. Sen trying to get onto the podium and win some valuable points for the Eagles. Really good turn for Brianna Smith, though, into the breaststroke leg. Bikos fading back. In lane number 6, Brooke Voss hanging around towards the podium as well. She'll need a big back half of this breaststroke leg to contend for that podium, because right now it is all Alice Marini in lane number 5. A big lead, and Brianna Smith has turned on the jets in this breaststroke leg in lane number 3 as well. It is 1-2 for UMBC. In lane number 1, Shannon Lambert for the Retrievers could touch in third place. Marini has the lead of almost 2 seconds, I should say. Lambert is in third place at the moment as it's 1-2-3 for the Retrievers in the 200-yard IM. They could close the gap on nearly this event all by itself before heading into the relay. And for the final event of the competition, Marini coming in very, very strong in lane number 5. She's got a lead of about 2 full seconds, while 2 body lengths behind Brianna Smith is Shannon Lambert, who is going to come in third. It's 1-2-3 for the Retrievers. In fourth place is Dimitra Bikos, who did close well with the freestyle, but a 2:09.32 for Alice Marini wins the event for UMBC as the Retrievers go 1, 2, 3 to close that 12-point gap a lot further. So we go over to the men's side of the 200-yard IM. Luke Martins and Philippe Tavira-Lira again will be in the pool next to each other. These two have put on an absolute show today. They had an excellent 500-yard freestyle that went right down to the very wire. And now they will be in lanes 4 and 5 again. Off we go with the men's 200-yard IM. It is Martins in 4 and Tavira-Lira in 5. Sam Coleman in lane number 6. Luke Escala for UMBC in lane number 7. Colin Ju in lane number 8. At the bottom of your screen is James Tao in lane number 1. Ryan Persley will be dangerous in lane number 2. So too will Tyler Kay for UMBC in lane number 3. As we hit the butterfly leg concluding, it is Tavira-Lira who has the slight advantage on Martins, while Kay in lane number 3 is actually in second place by just under half a second against Martins as we head into the backstroke leg. Martins trying to stay right with Tavira-Lira, and in lane number 3, Tyler Kay as well, who look to be 1-2 at the moment. The men of UMBC have had an excellent back half of this meet to really pull away from the Eagles. And Tavira-Lira in lane number 5 looks to be in solid position halfway through this men's 200-yard IM, 54.06. He's got a lead of just over a second on Kay, who has a lead of just over a second himself on the top Eagle in the race right now. Luke Martins into the breaststroke leg where Kay can really close some ground on Tavira-Lira. He's doing just that right now in lane number 3, while in lane number 4, Luke Martins trying to get himself onto the podium as well. Keep an eye all the way out on the outside rows. Lane number 7, Luke Escala has the lead. While Tavira-Lira has it all to himself in lane number 5, 1:28.14 he touches up at. He's 2.5 seconds ahead of Luke Martins, who has gotten himself into second place. That's really the race right now. Luke Martins versus Tyler Kay in lanes number 3 versus 4. Kay's had a really good start to the freestyle leg at the moment, while Tavira-Lira is pulling away from all of the rest. In lane number 4 at the moment, Luke Martins battling against Tyler Kay. They are just about stroke for stroke. Kay is breathing towards Martins. He might have the slight edge. They go to the wall. It is Kay who just out-touches Martins by less than 1/10 of a second, 8/100ths to be exact, as UMBC goes 1-2, and Tavira-Lira wins it at 1:54.85. So now we get to the biggest event of the day by the scoring, the freestyle relay, women's 200-yard. It is as close as it gets. We have been told that the scoring update at the moment is UMBC 143, AU 142. Whoever wins this relay is going to win the meet on the women's side. In lane number 4 is the AU A team. Marin Pretty, Piper Crosby, Isabel McGovern, and Grace Gilbert. The A team for UMBC is Ashley Gutschall, the superstar. In lane, going second rather, is Claire Ottinger. Irma Duratovic in lane number 3, and Bruna DePauda in lane number 4. Let's decide the meet right here. Pretty off to a good start off of the blocks. Gutschall in lane number 5. Those are the two to keep an eye on. In lane number 3, A.V. Grimm with a good start for UMBC. Dylan Moulton's in lane number 6. But it is really all about the A teams. You get secondary points. That's not going to be enough. Whoever wins this relay, as we just said, going to win, and it's a very good start for Marin Pretty in lane number 4. Pretty at just 19 years of age, out to the lead through the first 50, 24.11, a lead of 85/100ths of a second. In the pool now is Piper Crosby for American and Claire Ottinger for UMBC, and Crosby is speeding towards the wall, continuing to have the lead on Ottinger, who is off of her right hip. She'll be breathing towards Ottinger right now, who is still behind her. It's American who's going to have the lead halfway through this decisive women's 200-yard freestyle relay. It is in the pool right now. Isabel McGovern for American, Irma Duratovic for UMBC. The lead for American is just over a second. Halfway through this decisive women's 200-yard freestyle relay. McGovern speeding towards 150, starting to fade a little bit as Duratovic coming up right behind her. The lead is just about one body length into the final 50 yards. Grace Gilbert is in the pool for the Eagles. The lead is over a second. Does Bruna DePauta have enough in the tank for UMBC to close the gap? Grace Gilbert has the lead of just over a body length heading into the final 25. It is still Gilbert for American in lane number 4. She's going to power American to a women's dual meet victory. 1:35.97. They led from the word go. UMBC's A team finishes second. AU gets on the podium as well with their B team in third, but it is all about Maren Pretty, Piper Crosby, Isabel McGovern, and Grace Gilbert, who just won the dual meet for the Eagles. 1:35.97 for the Eagles A team to win it. Pretty got the Eagles the lead in the first leg. Crosby extended it, and McGovern and Gilbert swam a very smart race to hold on. The Eagles are going to win the women's dual meet. UMBC is going to win the men's as we head to the final event of the night. The A team for American, Gavin Shiflett in the pool right now. Stefano Perez for UMBC in lane number 5. It's a very good start for Perez in lane number 5. As the Eagles women's team getting congratulated over on the near side. Final race of the night right now. Perez with the slight advantage in lane number 4 is Shiflett trying to put on the pressure as they hand things over to leg number 2. Braden Weiss will be in the pool right now for the Retrievers. Lucas Standridge for American. A little bit less drama in this. We know it's the Retrievers who are going to win the men's side of this dual meet. But in the exchange to leg number 3, Matthew So is in the pool for UMBC. Connor Florence for American. The lead for UMBC is less than a second. It's currently at about 0.8 of a second at the moment, as the Eagles A team trying to put the pressure on. Connor Florence with a really good swim to pressure Matthew So a little bit, but So is going to have the lead by just about one body length. Final swimmers of the night in the pool. Sean Niels for UMBC, Charlie St. Louis for American to wrap up the night. Well, in lane number 3, Elliot Fielder will try to make it 1 and 2 for UMBC. Everything out of the tank here in the final swim of the night, and it is going to be Sean Niels who will power UMBC to the victory. 1:25.21 for the Retrievers in the final event of the night. Americans A team touches in second at 1:26.99 as UMBC's A team wins it by 1.75 seconds. So the Retrievers will win the men's dual meet, and American, we will wait for official confirmation, but we do know is going to win the women's side of the dual meet. As the A team of Perez, Weiss, So, and Niels got the job done for the Retrievers for the final event of the evening. What a way to wrap things up. It came down to the final event of the night on one side, and on the other, UMBC just pulled further and further away. After the first diving break, it was just a 6-point lead for the UMBC men, but a really, really strong middle part of this meet got them the victory in their first dual meet of the 2025-2026 season. A lot to take away from for both sides as they await the official scoring confirmation. They will come together for the official scoring decision. 125-21 is the final score on the board for UMBC in this freestyle relay. And right at the decisive moment, the PA microphone almost just went down, so we'll have to wait just a moment to get the official scoring confirmation, just to build a little bit more drama in case there wasn't enough here on a Friday night at Reeves Aquatic Plex. They'll make sure they tabulate all of the scores correctly. But at the moment, we do believe it is going to be an American women's victory and a UMBC men's victory to split the first dual meet of the season. But of course, they're going to make sure that they get everything precisely correct. Very, very fine margins on the women's side of things especially. Bartlett's team trying to gather all together to hear these final results. The AU head coach believes that they have led their women's team to victory. Very, very strong close for UMBC, it should be said, in that 125-21 final result in the relay for the men. The two teams huddle up respectively. It is a long road to February and their respective conference championships, but these are the times of year where you want to start to be picking up the results. You want to start to feel good about yourself, start to build confidence, start to build victories before you get towards the business end of the season in January and February in conference championship and regional championship time. And the Eagles getting their firsts, everything's out of the way in this dual meet after the 16 Potomac relay is an opportunity to really only have to turn your attention towards one other side. Claps all the way around, lots of mutual respect between these two great local sides. Not a very far trip at all for UMBC and American to make. They have contested dual meets each of the last couple of years. A lot of local swimmers, of course, here in the area who swam against each other in club and in high school days. So we wait the final confirmation over by the scores table to wrap up this great Friday evening of swimming. Retrievers and Eagles putting on an absolute show here on a Friday night in the nation's capital. Appreciate you joining us from wherever you might be as they are just tabulating the final of the scores. They are just making sure that they've got the scores all settled before we do that. Got to pour through each of the results to make sure they're official as the two teams will shake hands. Great sportsmanship on display in this dual meet. So we're saying plenty of respect between these two squads who will go their separate ways into separate conferences, but a lot interwoven between UMBC and American at the club days before getting into their respective conference plays. And only about a week in between this meet and what is to come for both of these two sides. The tri-meet coming up for UMBC and for AU with Loyola Maryland and Lehigh next up on the docket for the Eagles up in Baltimore. AU will be hot on the Retrievers' tails. Sounds like they're coming to their official calculations in just a couple of moments. Again, reminder of what's to come for AU. Next home meet at Reeves Aquatic Center will be in 2 weeks from tomorrow, October the 18th. Catholic Cardinals will be across town, can't even say they were in town, as AU will take on their rivals from Northeast DC. We have confirmation that American has won the women's side of things 155-147. Final score on the men's side, UMBC 220-79, so they will split the dual meet. Will the Eagles and the Retrievers, and we will all learn the scores now as they'll announce them out downstairs.
UMBC 220, American 79. The victory in the relay in the women's meet, AU 155, UMBC 147.
So they split the dual meet to the Eagles and the Retrievers, a win for the UMBC men and the American University women here on this first Friday of the month of October, and the first dual meet for either of these two sides. That is what is to come for American, a reminder of the future schedule for UMBC. Tri-meet coming up next Saturday at the UMBC Aquatic Complex against Navy and William and Mary before they go across town 2 weeks later for the 3-day Loyola Invite. So first of the dual meets is in the books for the Eagles and for the Retrievers, and a win for the UMBC men and for the American women that came down right to the final day of the final relay, I should say, of the contest. We will take a quick break as we will wrap things up here from Reeves Aquatic Complex. It is the Eagles women who win it and the UMBC men who take it as well as they split the dual meet here in Washington, D.C. My name is Ben Curtis saying so long and see you real soon from our nation's capital. Thanks so much for joining us here on the American University Athletics YouTube page.